Now that we're recording, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Mystic Quest run. I am your host, the Lore Runner, who is being subbed on by Gary because Discord's being weird, and we already talked about this. Thank you, Gary, for the sub and the reminder and the awesome Mystic Quest. Yeah, so this game, this has been that is right behind me, isn't it? I'm gonna have to be careful. This game is one I've been looking forward to reviewing for quite some time. That's not a joke. When we really started getting going with the reviews and the pluses and the minuses system, this was one of the earliest games that I really wanted to play. That was just in the top of my mind for something that I wanted to play. And here we are. Now you're probably wondering, why? Why would you want to review Mystic Quest of all things? Well, two reasons. One, this is not a good game. And two, I really like this game. I have replayed this game many times. In fact, I've replayed it with Gary, who just popped into chat there. I have speedrun this game. In fact, I'll be talking about a few speedrun things as we go through this, because, you know, I can do that. I know this game reasonably well. But I don't think it's going to score particularly well, because it's Mystic Quest. Everyone knows the story. Right, the Americans are dumb, so we need to make a game for them. I wasn't able to verify that. I did some digging, and I was kind of curious, you know, to find a source on that whole thing. And every single quote I found boiled down to the exact same interview by Ted Woolsey, who was the one who did the localization for this game. By himself, of course, because he always did. And he had an interview where he actually didn't say that Americans are dumb. Actually, quite the contrary. What he said in that interview, which was in an issue of Ogopogo magazine, by the way, what he said was there were concerns among the Square... Yes, I have streamed this game before, Ventures. There were concerns amongst the executive staff at Square Soft that RPGs weren't going to sell outside of Japan. So, why don't we make an entry RPG? Now, what's interesting about this is this game was released in the States first, but that's kind of by coincidence. It was actually done and ready to go in Japanese, then they localized it, then they released it in English, then they went back and released it in Japanese, you know, the version that they'd had done for months at that point, which is just an interesting way of doing things. This was also the first Final Fantasy that got ported to Europe for exactly the same reason. It was intended to be that entry-level RPG to get people interested in it. Now, this is all going down to one interview by one guy who may or may not know. So, grain of salt. But I just thought I'd share the backstory there for why this game is relatively simple. Especially on the story axis. I suppose I'll go ahead and unpause it now. Yes, it was, Venters. As was Final Fantasy 1. And that's kind of it. No, that's not true. FF2, I think, had been released by this point. I'm not sure. Okay. Well, have fun with Clone Wars. Have fun with Red Dead Redemption 2. Oh yeah, I suppose I should explain this really quick for anybody curious what's going on here. Consider this a preview for tomorrow. This is my new case. God, you can't even see the whole thing. This thing is gargantuan. Yeah, you can't even see the whole thing here. Dive's keeping track of it. Lord Dive's keeping track of it, and obviously the green screen is actually kind of up right there, so you can kind of see what we're going on. And we're going to be building this sucker, mostly, we're going to be building this sucker tomorrow. Now, we'll talk more about that tomorrow. I just wanted to mention it because having to get this thing set up and dealt with and all that stuff was kind of an issue, and yada yada yada. As a reminder, actually, on top of that, I will actually have to get up and go sign for something that will be showing up today. Because, you know, I asked for it to be... I asked for signatures, so here we go. I'm not super worried about any serial numbers at this point, Dream Whisperer, so... I mean, if you can point out... Well, obviously there is no serial number here, but if you could point out, for example, that serial number right there. Go for it, Dream Whisperer. There is one. It's right there. Go ahead. I'll wait. I do not have a GPU. I'm building everything except the GPU. Alright, so, Mystic Quest. I'm using the 6950X, I think? It's a Ryzen. It's the Ryzen. So, we can name anyone. Canonically, our name is Benjamin in English and Zash in Japanese. Probably never, Mr. Red. Probably, Sinister Wing. The village is gone. What on earth's going on? By the way, cutscenes in this game are effectively skippable because you can just blaze through these at Mach 10, so no unskippable cutscene negative. This place is going to sink any second. Let's climb up quick! Press the B button to jump across. I guess. Forced jumping tutorial. But that gets you accustomed to one of the features of this game. Jumping. It's used occasionally. It's probably the best tutorial in the whole game, right there, so I hope you enjoyed that. There's the last dungeon. Just 10 feet in front of us. Look over there, that's the focus tower, once the heart of the world. As an old prophecy says, the vile four will steal the power and divide the world between 4 doors. At that time, the night will appear. The prophecy may now come true. 4 monsters have locked the doors of the focus tower and escaped with the keys. They're draining the light from the 4 crystals of the earth, and the world is in chaos. The people are in desperate need of help. Benjamin, only you can save the crystals and the world. Me? Yes, you, Benjamin. Only you could be the knight spoken of in prophecy. Okay, so let's talk about the combat in this game. What do you mean, Damashi? I mean, I'm glad you like it, but what's the issue? So, here's the game. This is the combat. This is going to be the majority of what we do. We can run. We can change whether or not we control a party member who is not in the party right now. You can see our health. Each one of those lines is actually 1 HP. The reason I'm pausing here is because it is actually 100% possible. In fact, it's closer to like 30% possible to lose this fight thanks to RNG. See, this game decided to use interesting math when it came to calculating your mischance, and that mischance is entirely dependent on your current level. Not the enemy's level, not the enemy's armor, there's no dodge, there's no evasion. Your chance to hit is just on you and your level. This is the first thing I wanted to talk about. Mystic Quest has a weird difficulty curve because it actually starts out harder than it ends. Here, I'll go ahead and get this song out of your ears. I'm dead serious by that. The game gets easier the longer you get into it. I suppose you could say that about several RPGs, but no, really. The early part of the game is by far the hardest part of the game. And it's almost entirely thanks to RNG. So we had good RNG there. Seems I was right. At last I found a true knight. But you said you were sure I was the one. Well, actually, it was more of a guess. Forget it. Just tell me where I can find the crystals. It's up to you to find them. This place is becoming dangerous. Follow me to the level forest. Who is that guy, anyway? And there goes our hometown. Hope you liked that. We will never talk about it, mention it, see it, or hear it ever again. There you are. What do you think I should do first? Save the Crystal of Earth. See ya! What? Okay, well, he's gone. By the way, we're going to tutorialize jumping one more time. So you mean you can't tell that it's short, medium, and long, Damashi? In that order? Short, medium, long, extant? That boulder's blocking my way back to town. Would you shove it aside? Thank you. If you want, you can go through this forest, find Kaylee in Foresta. And show her this! Thank you. Have you seen Kaylee yet? No. Oh, hey, it's a treasure chest. Aww. I'm gonna try really hard not to do that, but that's how I usually move in this game. This is Foresta. Doesn't look very foresty to me. I don't know. Let's see what we got in town. Strange trees are growing in the level forest. Oh, really? The Crystal of Earth is to the north in the Bone Dungeon. Oh, thank you. Well, there you go. We know where the new crystal is, or the first crystal is. Damn it, I'm doing it without even meaning to. Can you save all 4 crystals? No. If you're tired, have a rest on the bed. Inns are free. There's technically gold in this game. It really doesn't matter. Thanks for the help back there. Take the chest in the back. So, yeah, I'm just going to go and be real. This is going to be at least one positive to music. I know everyone talks about how the music is great. I don't give a damn. 2 songs from this game are on my 0 playlist. I now have the Cure Spell. Woo! Like, there's some really legitimately great music in this game. Good town music, good battle music, good dungeon music. Several songs on my go-to-sleep playlist are from this game. I've turned into an old man. Yeah, Mystic Quest, the thing that's interesting about reviewing this game is they tried several things with this game in ways that they wouldn't try for years later in their main series. I've often wondered if they looked at this game and said, well, that didn't sell well, let's not do any of that again. And then it took them years to realize, oh, wait. The monster can drain energy from a person. I'm really just a child. Oh, wow. That's pretty terrible. Okay, so let's go ahead and have numbers, because duh. We're going to speed up the message. This was 90... I don't remember, Spartan. It was before FF6, so early mid-90s. I'm Kaylee. There's a tree blocking the north exit of the level forest. I can chop down the tree, but monsters have taken over the forest, and I can't get to it. I can help you with that. Come on, let's go! Don't you dare take Kaylee anywhere dangerous. Listen, Mom. Hey, that tree wither looks awful. Oh, how much the trees must be suffering. Okay, you win. Let me get my giant frickin' axe. Kaylee's awesome. Husband Mac forgot his captain cap. I hope nothing happens. I wouldn't worry about him. Captain Mac sounds like he's a cool dude. So, okay, next thing to talk about. Your party size is 2. It's okay, you know, whatever. There are sections in this game where you have only 1 party member. Most of them kind of suck. Your party members' levels are static, and they're also a lie. That's my favorite part. I didn't know this until I really started digging into this game. So you see Kaylee, it says she's level 3 there. She's actually not. She's actually, I think, level 5 or 6. I forget the exact number. But what I mean by that is it says level 3, but her stats are at level 5 or 6, whatever it actually is. That's true for all of them. Every single character who joins you is actually higher level than the number it says they are. They don't level. They don't get experience. You can't customize their equipment. You can't customize their spells. They are effectively guest party members. Now, weirdly enough, I'm not against this idea. Like, that doesn't bother me. It's just interesting because they're guests, you know, just like in FF12, for example. Let me cut this thing with my axe. Wonk. We gotta reach the north exit. Okay. Now, you'll notice we don't have an axe, which means we do have to encounter this enemy. In fact, we have to encounter several enemies here. It's actually on my iTunes, Paid Maniac, but it's not really available publicly. Oh yeah, saving's quick and easy, and you have 3 save slots. Yeah, a lot of the earlier RPG games are probably going to get a positive for the SNES, for the save design, for reasons we already talked about back in Yakuza Kiwami. So, any reason for the useless line? Honestly, I think it's just a mistake. I could be wrong. Okay, we're good. So, this is going to sound like a strange statement, but I think most of this game isn't going to get a lot of negatives. We'll see. It's probably going to be more an absence of positive situation. I anticipate a lot of non-pluses, non-negative situation. Yeah, exactly, Melkor Blade. As opposed to Earthbound, which is, hey, you want to save? Let's go ahead and save. Give me a minute to save. Okay, here's the expense. You sure you want to quit your game? Okay, go. Or in Dragon Quest VIII, which I can tell you off the top of my head requires 7 button presses to save. And each one, that's how many times you hit the button. Obviously, each one of those is a wall of text, and then, okay, and then. Here, it's just, doop, done. Which, honestly, a lot of the older ones have that. I mean, I can just do this right now. Boop. There. We're saved. Hang on. Missed it? There, we just saved twice. Here, let's save 3 more times. There we go. We're done. You see that? That's... Oh, by the way, you can save everywhere. You can save anywhere. No save points. So, blessed gameplay for save design. This is going to be such a funny review. It might, Jesse's Mask. It legitimately might. I guess, Zach Taft? It's an alright quote, I guess. You know, not a favorite of mine. Here we go. We're probably going to give a positive to music. We're probably going to give another positive music. Let's just front load those. Let's just get those up there. Now, we'll debate it. We'll debate those, but those are the 2 music ones. So, another thing to talk about here. There's actually a really large amount to unpack. Let's go ahead and move forward. Let's do some combat. So the enemy, you can switch between manual and auto. Now you're probably thinking, well, what's the difference? Okay, so, believe it or not, and this is mostly from a speedrunning perspective, so this doesn't really count in favor of the game, but there's a lot of strategy on when you want your party member to be on auto and when you want them to be on manual. Because you can pretty much always tell... How's the volume, by the way? You can pretty much always tell when they're going to use what based on what enemies they're facing. They will use certain types of spells. Think of their AI. They don't have a full AI list. It's more like they have a priority list. All the AIs do. And so they'll always check... They'll check for the first thing, right? And if the first thing triggers, then they'll do the first thing. Then they'll check for the second thing, and if the second thing triggers, they do the second thing, and so forth and so on, down to they just do a regular melee attack. And that's how the AI works for every single party member. Spells, especially the big spells, are always at the top of that list. Are third on that list. Second and first are healing and rezzing. Those are the things they will always do. And by the way, almost every AI party member comes with the life spell. Now, what's interesting, though, is the I'm being a little facetious because there's slightly more depth to this than I'm saying. But one of the funny things is, for example, they will prioritize curing you, but they will use the cure spell. The cure spell will heal you for less than the life spell, but costs the same. And they will also burn their mana out on trash fights or single enemies or AoE groups when they won't actually take them down. And just the point is, you need to. I shouldn't say it that way. I tend to think about when I want them on auto and when I want them on manual. Because, again, it will change what they do substantially. There's one big catch here, though, and I wanted to mention this right here before I forget about it. The AI has the Dragon Quest cheat. Now, if you don't know what I'm talking about there, almost all the Dragon Quest games have AI options that you can select for them. The reason I say it's cheating is because that option is selected when they take their action. Now, if you don't understand why that's significant, the Dragon Quest games and this game both do the same type of turn-based combat. Everyone inputs their actions, then it determines initiative order then everyone takes their actions. So in several cases, you don't know how the situation has changed by the time the action you selected has happened. This is the same as Final Fantasy III on the DS, and again, pretty much all the Dragon Quests do this as well. So the fact that the AI will decide its action when its action's pulled, not before its action's pulled, means in several cases they can react to actions and acts rather than having to prejudge. By the way, all the enemies decide their attacks when their turn is pulled, so they all have that Dragon Quest cheat advantage. So, I have the text going by pretty quickly, but it's actually pretty informative. No pluses or minuses there. It's just, we know what's going on. It'll also say whether or not your attacks are effective or not effective. I've played this game a lot. I know which attacks which people are weak to, which brings me to another weirdly cool idea they had. Each weapon has a different damage type, and how do I phrase this? Every enemy in the game has a weakness, sometimes multiple weaknesses. And each enemy's weakness is... I'm saying this wrong. Usually there's like fire damage or, ice damage or whatever. In this case, there's actually axe damage, there's bomb damage, there's projectile damage. These things actually change... So the weapon types you and your companion use will also be considered when it comes to enemy vulnerability. Exploiting the enemy vuln thing is the overwhelming majority of the strategy of each combat in this game. It's not much, but that it is pretty much how most fights are going to go, dependent entirely on whether or not you're exploiting that or not. Missed, because we're level 5 and 2. Okay, so there we go. Someone finally didn't actually die. I'm also deliberately not healing, because I want to show off something else, but we'll get to that in a minute. Every enemy in the game has at least one vuln state animation. This is another weirdly cool idea the game has. It's frankly better than most mainline Final Fantasies in that respect, because you have what is effectively a health bar for the enemy. It's not literally a health bar, but the more damaged they are, the more damaged they look. Bosses usually have 3 to 5, I think, on the high end, different vuln animations to show how damaged they are. By the way, if they get healed, they will go back to a previous one. This is such a simple, tiny little change that it's actually weird how few games do this. I've talked before about how I prefer to have a health bar for my encounters. We talked about this in Kingdom Hearts. So being able to actually tell if I'm damaging an enemy, or I'm close to defeating an enemy or a boss, is actually very useful information to me. And it's kind of a cool idea anyways, because it makes perfect sense. After all, that's been happening to us for forever. In just about all the Final Fantasies, if you're injured, I think going back to 1, if you're injured, you're kind of like, when you're low on health. So it just makes perfect sense that we do it for them. And yes, as Torchinator pointed out, and someone else pointed out, Jesse's Mask, so anybody who dies is auto-res to 1 HP at the end of combat, if you make it out of combat. So, that's cool. And regardless of whether you are alive or dead, I'm sorry, I just realized I have the FPS counter up, which I don't remember which button that is. How do I get rid of the FPS counter? Stop showing the FPS counter. There it is. Whether you are dead or not does not change your experience gain, which is also something the Final Fantasy series would not figure out for, well, let's not get into that. But most JRPGs do not have that feature. You died, screw you. If you are dead at the end of combat, you do not get experience, is how the overwhelming majority of JRPGs operate. In this case, it's better, but it's also much simpler, because the way they do it is there's an X meter in the background, and that determines your levels, and that's kind of it. It doesn't check for anything else. That's why it functions this way, is because it doesn't matter whether you're alive or dead or did nothing or attacked or used abilities or whatever, because all that matters is your experience has now triggered over into a level range. Now, there's something else about that, but we'll get to that in a minute. Let's go ahead and do this. Hey look, the life spell. It's a full heal. Oh yeah, we should talk about how it does mana. So it kind of does mana like the earlier Final Fantasies, but actually I think this is a decent method. So the way it works is you have 3 mana pools. White, black, wizard. Wizard's the big stuff. That's the super nukes. Black is obvious, white is obvious. And Each spell, regardless of what the spell is, costs 1 mana. Over time, you will have pretty decent mana pools, and the power progression curve for mana pools is actually pretty decent. Now, there is a catch there. It will get to the point where it becomes very easy, but the point is, after a certain point, that will help. Now, you're probably thinking, well, hang on. If Cure casts the same mana as Cure 5, why would I cast Cure? Well, there's no Cure 5. The overwhelming majority of heal spells do percentage healing. That's why life heals you for 100% of your health. It's a full heal. So even in combat, or out of combat, but okay, it's also worth noting the spells actually have different formulas, whether you're in combat or out of combat. I want to mention that really quick. But I know a lot about this game, by the way. I hope you're okay with me just rambling here for a bit. But yeah, the idea is that your Cure spell will always be useful. There will never be a point in time in which you will outgrow the Cure spell because it's Cure. It's just Cure. Once again, a little bit simpler, but arguably a little bit better designed. This is basically the same general idea as the percentage health potions, which we've given positives for in the past. You're probably noticing I'm praising this game a lot. I wanted to kind of front-load a lot of that praise, because the thing that is so weird about Mystic Quest is it does several things very right, and I think it was on accident. I think that in the process of trying to make the game more accessible, they accidentally came up with quality-of-life features. You know what I mean? And then, like I said, years later, they were like, those are some good features. Let's start using those. So we're going to level a little bit. Hope you get used to that sound, by the way. There's honestly too much trash and... Oh yeah, speaking of which, sorry, someone mentioned this in chat. I haven't even gotten there yet. The game has overworld encounters. Dragon Quest, modern Dragon Quest style. They are avoidable. You have to actually walk up to and talk to them in order to encounter them, like I've been doing right here. Now, I don't know if that's going to be positive territory, because the overwhelming majority of encounters are pretty much put right in your path, where the only way you can go forward is to encounter them. However, there are at least a few dungeons I can think of off the top of my head, including the... Why did I do that? Hang on. Give me a sec. It's okay, I can fix that. There's an overwhelming majority of dungeons... sorry, I'm saying that wrong. It's not the wrong way. At least a few dungeons, including the Bone Dungeon. Which one was the most recent? Looks like that one. Where the words... where there's plenty of enemies that you don't have to encounter, is what I'm trying to get at. You can go over there and fight them. But yeah, there's no random encounters in this game. There's just ones that you can see, and you know that you're going to encounter them. With one notable exception, which we'll get to later. Oh yeah, I should mention really quick something. I'll show this off after this fight. And yeah, you get to see their injured form before they die, as they fade away there. I should probably be writing down all these positive things I've been talking about game design-wise. Okay, so don't get the chest lore. God, idiot. Encounters while she's with the party. Spoiler alert, she is about to leave the party as soon as we do the next boss fight. Not that I know that or anything. So we're just getting some free XP here. I'm sorry, Inquisitor. Feel better. Warm shower helps me. Along with food, especially meat. Oh yeah, by the way, you can hold down A in this one. So that's already better than, you know, several FFs I could mention off the top of my head. Come on! There we go. By the way, we will... I want you guys to bet at the first time we will die, because we will. We will guaranteed die on this playthrough. That's just kind of... The RNG in this game is real. There is a lot of RNG in this game. It's actually probably one of the worst aspects of the game, in my opinion. So there is a very high chance we will die to pure RNG. Like, that is probably going to happen. It'll probably be on a trash encounter. It'll probably be a trash encounter who can petrify. I'm just putting money down on that. Not that I've played this game a lot or anything, but that's probably where this is going. Okay, so let's go ahead and grab a save. Oh yeah, by the way, you can. So this is an interesting thing. You can start to go straight to the menu, or you can hit X to go straight to the save thing. Just a tiny little convenience feature there. I need to write down a bunch of these things I've been talking about. Give me a second. So we've got... Yeah, we can. I told you, we can literally die on the tutorial battle. That is... it's not even that rare. I'm sure most of you who've played this game any length of time have probably died on that first battle at least once, assuming you've ever replayed this game. By the way, I actually have a story about this game. It's because the story is that Danielle is awesome and amazing, and just donated some bits. Thank you, Danielle. If you know where you want to put those bits, let me know. Okay, so we've got the hold down A, we've got the X to save, and the start to shortcut thing. We've got enemy health bars. We've got... I should put these in italics. Let's see. Percentage healing. DQ, cheating, AI. Danielle just stopped being awesome. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. Danielle, awesome. Okay, there you go. Lord Ive. So, I've got the DQ cheating AI. We've got... there's actually more things, which I haven't talked about yet. We'll just go ahead and jot down. Overworld encounters. Overworld interactions. Jumping. Let's see. There are good reasons to hide enemy health from the player. It depends on the type of game you're going for. Generally speaking, if I was to design an RPG, what I would probably do is I would have specific bosses or specific enemies, and that enemy you can't see their health on. You know, make that part of the encounter, kind of a thing. You know, maybe they do different things at different percentages of health, so that's how you're supposed to pay attention, or something like that, right? You get the idea. I tend to agree, Spectacular DJ Gamer. In general, I lean heavily towards player choice, you know that. I would much rather make the game harder myself than you do it. I would much rather have the option to just blow through a game than you make it easy, etc., etc. Percentage healing, health bars, I did that. But what else have I just talked about? There's the jumping, there's the puzzles. We're not actually at the puzzles yet. Oh yeah, guest party members. I think that's everything I discussed for the moment. So let's go ahead and... Ow! Let's heal. Oh yeah, the mana system. That was the other thing. I guess that's related to that, but we'll go ahead and jot that down. Mana system. Now... So this is all the armor that is possible to get in the entire game. 12. There are 12 pieces of armor we can get, ever, in the entire game. I'm glad you liked it, Dr. Harmacy. It will automatically equip whatever your best piece is. All new pieces you get will always be better than previous pieces. Excuse me. So that's cool. Most of this is just kind of whatever. In fact, most of the gear in this game is actually kind of unnecessary. From the armor perspective. The only one that really matters is going to be our necklaces, which I think is over there. Those give us status immunity. However, the funny thing about that is by the point at which you start becoming... This is not well designed, is what I'm trying to say. Because by the point at which you start getting immunity to status effects, the game stops sending enemy encounters after you that do those status effects. It's kind of the same result... But, you know, weapons, so we'll talk more about weapons later. Let's save that discussion for now. There's our stats. As you can see, despite the fact that I am level 3 and she's level 3, she has more stats than me in several key areas, especially attack, so, you know. I already did that. There was one other thing I wanted to talk about really quick. I talked about, oh, the RNG. I wanted to write down the RNG, right? Because the RNG is almost guaranteed to be one of the major negatives of this game. Well, you don't like this FF game, Lost Mercenary? I unironically, unmemeingly do enjoy this game. Oh, speaking of which, I should probably update the HUD. So right now, we're debating several... No. We're debating several pluses. There we go. And it's extremely likely that that's going to be a negative. Now, here's a fun question. Do you think the story will have any pluses or negatives by the end of the game? I think it'll have one plus. We'll see. Depends, Doncro, but sure. This is the evil tree I was talking about. It was actually a minotaur! He poisoned her. Well, I feel like I've been answering that for the last 10 minutes, Ventures, if that's okay. Here's another reason. I mean, it is very possible to die to the Minotaur, but low chance. Flamorous Rex is the first real chance we have of dying, and then we'll start encountering enemies that do status effects. Can RNG work for the player's favor in RPG games? Yes. Yes. I'm gonna go with yes on that. Well, I just answered you over the last 10 minutes, Low Reloaded, so that probably answers your question. Kaylee, no! Kaylee, what happened? I'll be okay as soon as I take Elixir. That's in the Sand Temple. Don't worry, I'll get it. Take this axe with you. Beautiful dialogue. Examples of RNG as good game design? Zeromus, Final Fantasy IV. No joke. Now, if you don't know what I'm talking about, actually there's several games that do this. In fact, several FF games do this. It basically boils down to the enemy having a chance to do nothing. By RNG. They have a chance to simply not attack you or not hit you or whatever, which is something that can then give you a breather moment to recover. Just getting a quick heal in. Don't mind me. You'll notice I haven't picked up any items yet. That is on purpose. It is extremely realistic. Every now and again, the boss is just so busy flexing that you end up punching him, and then he says, "Release the bogus!" Bad RNG and RPG games? All the rest. Thank you, Innocence. Very, very much. I'll put that towards Wargroove. Yeah, XCOM. There you go. There's an example of modern RNG that is... And thank you, Don Crow. Very much appreciate. Whether or not RNG should be a thing or not is entirely a philosophical question, not a factual question. So the answer is up to you, Lord Harriman. I will admit I tend to lean away from RNG, but that's because I tend to lead towards player choice, and RNG is pretty much the exact opposite of player choice. Hell, I've actually worked... I want to implement a PnP system someday where there's no dice rolls. Now you're probably thinking, well, how would that work? if you don't mind, I'll actually explain it very quickly. High preachings. The idea here is, imagine you have a deck of cards with 1 to 20. The way it works, yes it did, Donker. I need to look up that game specifically to figure out which one it is, but I'm pretty sure I'm going to get it. And I did say thank you, so I'll thank you again, Donker. The idea is, you have this deck of 20 cards. You cannot refresh this deck until you've spent every single card. Anytime a dice roll comes up, you spend a card on it. So you have a guaranteed 20 and a guaranteed 1. And everything in between. And now, at that point, it becomes all about strategizing what you want to use, when, and where. Because you have to use that 1 before you get that 20 again. I think that's a much better system, personally. And it's something that I've been trying to sell my players on. That being said, quite a few people do enjoy RNG. They enjoy simply trusting it to the random chance and seeing what happens. And there's nothing wrong with that. I don't want to sound like I'm saying there is. It's just, for me, from a design perspective, I lean more towards it being the choice of the player. Anyways, Ace Attorney Investigations. Let me look that up real quick. You know, Lore Reloaded is the only person... Oh, that's the Edgeworth game. Okay, got it. Putting money towards Caves of Cood. Or Cued, or I actually have no idea how to pronounce that. We on for tomorrow, by the way? I sure hope so. Because if not... I have no idea, Pika. Probably bad. Ah, see, that would be just the player being BSing, at which point the GM would say, okay, so you hurl the rock at the tree. The tree falls over and hits you on the head, you take 15 damage. As always, oversight is the defense against players trying to exploit the system. That's true in any game. Thank you again, Yin the Reaper. Very, very much appreciate the sub. I will put that towards Hat in Time. I can also just say no. That is also a thing I can do, is just tell the player, no. And I might. Because if you're trying to exploit the system, well then screw you. If you're level 1 wizard with 4 HP, what? Well then you're dead. Maybe you shouldn't have tried to game the system. What? There's no treasure? I mean, that's what I do anyways, Lord Harrimont, so yeah. I mean, as GM, you decide when they dice roll. That's true, regardless if it's a dice or a deck. Hey, you looking for some cure, kid? First of all, my name's Benjamin, and I'm looking for elixir. I sell you some for, say, 9,000 GP. Well? Oh, that's way too much. Listen, kid, this stuff's precious, right? My allowance is only 2 GP a month. Well, let's do it this way. I'm gonna go to the bone dungeon to find treasure. You come with me and help. If I get the treasure, you get the elixir. Do I have a choice? When do we go? Hey, there's a battlefield nearby. Why don't you whack a few monsters? Maybe we can win something, kid. The name's Benjamin. Also true, Torchinator. By the way, I said there was probably going to be a plus to story. I don't want to say this game makes me laugh, because it doesn't. But I've talked before about the difference between humor and tone. Humor is, here's a joke, and it's funny. Tone is, it's lighthearted, and it just kind of keeps you smiling while you're playing it, right? This one's probably going to get a positive tone plus, because it just makes me grin playing this stupid game. I love it. Okay, so actually, before we do anything else... So we just got Tristram. He's technically the worst character in the game from a gameplay perspective. He's kind of crap. I'm just going to be real about it. Not super useful. Now, to continue the RNG discussion really quick. We're not doing the battlefield just yet, don't I? I want to talk about that in a minute. To continue the RNG discussion briefly, one thing I'm okay with is putting RNG entirely into the player's hands. Now, to explain what I mean by that, I invented an entire prestige class in the Magazine rules set, which is called Oracle. What Oracle does is you cast a spell. No, you cannot, Torchinator. Here, I'll demonstrate. Let me walk up to an enemy and then jump over it. It's the same as interacting with it, so it counts as a combat. Anyways, so the way the Oracle works is you cast an AoE spell or a single target spell. The single target spell will do more, the AoE spell will do less. Now, you're probably thinking, that sounds really vague, Lore. That's exactly the point I'm trying to make. Because the way that ends up working is, once you cast the spell, you roll a d8 to determine which spell actually happens, and then you roll a d20 to determine the effect of the spell. In other words, I love how many of you guys are just now noticing the green screen. Consider this a preview for tomorrow, if you're wondering. Anyways, in other words, the player decides to which type of spell they want to cast. They then get a chance to what spell happens, and then they get a chance for how good or bad it is. That does include critical failures. Now, you're probably thinking, well, that sounds terrible, and that's valid. But it was designed specifically to be RNG for people who want RNG. And Guido at least liked the class, so I'm glad at least someone did. Let's work our way through these guys. So yeah, we're gonna get mega poisoned for most of this dungeon. I'm not even gonna bother. Anyways, the green screen is right there. It's just pulled up for the moment. Yes, this is the big one. That's the Corsair 1000D, which is so tall it's off the top of the camera. And this is dive. Please someone do a lore dive emote. You guys asked for the emote. Oh yeah, it's like playing with the Wabajak, exactly. Like I said, sometimes RNG is something people want, and that's fine, and that's why I designed that entire class, is so you can have that. It is bigger than a PS5. Nope, yep, you're right. That is some of the green screen right there. Thank you, Mr. Red, and Melkor. Okay, so I don't remember if this is the one. Nope. That's okay. That's okay. We're okay to pick that up. No, I don't have a GPU, but we're building it other than the GPU tomorrow. Trees are weak to axe. Drop chance can go to hell. I mean, I admit that I might be a little extreme in saying that drop chance should go away as a concept. You know, and just guaranteed drops are the design of the game, but so many games have drop chances that are just stupid and shouldn't be. Yeah, steal chance, that's another one. Yesterday, Justin. That's why I keep asking people to do it. And thank you, Twister. So, you may or may not notice that I'm kind of grinding a little bit here. I really don't have to. But I'm just kind of being a little bit safe, especially while Tristram's in the party, and before we get something else that's about to happen. And we're just blazing through these. One thing, there's another thing, speaking of RNG, there's something called bad luck protection, which is something I am hugely in favor of. It's more of a video game design thing than a PnP design thing, but it is a thing, and it's an awesome thing. What it means is, put it to you this way, it's explained by analogy. Let's say you find an enemy, it has a 1% chance to drop an item. You fight the enemy, it doesn't drop it. But it now tracks that you've killed one enemy. So the next time you kill that enemy, it has a 2% chance, and then a 4%, and then an 8%, and then a 16%, and you get the idea. That's bad luck protection. It increases the odds of success every time you fail. That is awesome game design, in my opinion. Because it's kind of the compromise between guaranteed and RNG. Yeah, actually, I heard that described once as the deck of cards idea, because the idea is imagine you have a deck of cards, and you need to draw the ace of spades. But every time you draw a card, well, there's one less card in the deck for you to draw. So, by default, at the absolute minimum, you do know there is a flat max number of draws you will get before you get that ace of spades. Because at a certain point, it's the only card left in the deck. And I like that. It's good design. Good design. Hey, Unparalleled. There is very much no RNG when it comes to drops in this game. However, there is RNG when it comes to encounters. You probably haven't really noticed this. Let me try and demonstrate on the next encounter we do. So let's go ahead and grab a save, just in case. And a backup save. And another save, because we can do that, because saves! Okay, so I'm going to encounter this enemy. It's 3 dragon dudes. What are these called? Basilisks. 3 basilisks. Run! Now it's 2 basilisks and a frog. That really explains everything I think it needs to right there. The enemies on the overworld are all static. Every single one of them is static, but all of them has oh god, what's the term for that? It's not a formation, because that's another term. But every single one of them has like a pool that they can draw from. And which specific enemies end up in that pool is entirely random. This is actually the single biggest element of strategy to the speedrun of this game. Because every encounter you have to do, you have to decide, based on that exact encounter, where you're at in the game, and how certain elements of your mana pool and HP pool are doing, whether or not you're going to fight that encounter. And if you're going to fight it, how you're going to fight it. You cannot add to the queue, Don Crow. The queue is the queue. Those are the ones that are funded. That's how that works. FF6 has that, Jesse's Mask. In FF6, you are guaranteed to run. And it's actually probably the best run mechanic in any FF I've ever seen. Because the way it works is every second you spend running, there's a bar that fills. When that bar fills, you run. The end. The reason I point that out is, obviously, sometimes it'll take a minute, but everyone has a certain number, which is added to that run value every second, and certain other effects can change it. For example, if you're slowed or if you're hasted, that can change the rate at which you gain it. You will run as long as you are alive long enough to do so. That's cool, too. And yes, some games add a special ability, which is Nope, and that ability is the Nope button. Okay, so that is not what I wanted to pick up, so we gotta restart here. I swear I'm doing this on purpose, don't mind me. Hang on, hit the stream brakes! Okay. Well, hang on. We really gotta hit the stream brakes now. I thought that would be an easy fix. One moment. Okay, we have to hit it even more than we were already doing. Holy crap, we gotta really, really, really hit the stream brakes here. Hang on. Yeah, FF4 technically has good run mechanics by virtue of them being improperly designed. In short, you can trick the system into letting you pretty much guaranteed run. It's not supposed to work that way, it's a bug. In the DS version, it's back to being normal, and it's back to sucking. It depends, Loner, but in that specific case, no. Okay. Well, good news, Jessies. It looks like you're not lying horribly to me. The bad news is... I'm not sure how I screwed that up. And that's bad, because I don't like screwing up, especially when I have to keep track of 7 trillion things like I do. I've updated it to 20. Okay, back to the game. So, puzzles! I'm just kidding, we won't have puzzles for a while. Oh, I'm sorry, it feels like you had another question there, Don Crow. So to answer the question you may or may not have actually asked... Oh, I love the song. Is the queue's order set in stone? No. That is kind of supposed to be set in stone, but it's set in stone with an asterisk. If something comes up, if there's scheduling issues, if a majority shareholder wants to move a run around, you know, there are individual circumstances and case-by-case situations in which the queue's order might change. It doesn't happen often, but it does and can happen. The door's sealed shut. Well, here goes. Watch this. Boom. These something. I'll sell you some cheap. How about 50 explosives for 30 gold? Okay. So we now have 3 weapon types. Oh yeah, you can just switch like this. So we've got sword, which is crap. We've got axe, which does axe damage and hits much harder. And then we've got bombs. Bombs are interesting because they technically hit harder, but only on certain types of enemies. Yeah, exactly, Kira White knows. That's a good example. Cyberpunk is getting priority whenever it comes out, which is in December at this point. Totally in December, guys. It's definitely not being pushed back in. Anyways. Whoops. There we go. Shield. It is worth getting the equipment, it's just, it's not a super huge boost to stats. It's not like a Dragon Quest game where each piece of equipment is super big boost. Anyways, but yeah. Bombs are interesting because there's going to be several times where we will probably be learning a little bit low on bombs because there are several long sections where it's going to be our best weapon. Like several entire multiple runs of dungeons will be bomb, bomb, bomb. So this is the encounter design thing I was talking about earlier. We have to encounter, I believe, a grand total of 2 enemies in this room. Like I said, it's actually pretty well done in some of the earlier dungeons, and I could just skip all the rest of these if I wanted to. So there's that encounter design thing I was talking about. We're not going to, because the first boss is probably the hardest boss in the entire game. So we're going to go ahead and do this. Plus, Tristram uses shurikens, which is both poison and range damage, which these guys are weak to. So we're gonna wreck a little face, is what I'm trying to say. Good morning, Guinevere. Now, there's one other caveat for bombs. Bombs do this. Now, that can be good or bad, depending on the specific encounter. In some cases, it's actually worth doing more damage to a single target than it is to bother to bomb. Yeah, exactly, Jesse's mouse. The early part of this game is pretty legitimately well designed. Yes, I could say about a lot of RPGs, really. Oh yeah, by the way, he has the life spell. Now, it will say they're weak to the damage type every single time, but given how... Oh my god. Given how rapid-fire text goes, that's not really a big issue. So bombs also ignore the blind status effect entirely, which is hysterical, because it means you're throwing bombs blind, and you're always going to hit with them. Oh yeah, I should mention one other thing about bombs. Sorry, I didn't even mention this. Bombs do... what's that called? Spread out damage? Basically, a bomb will do 100 damage to one enemy, 50 damage to 2 enemies, and 33 damage to 3 enemies. So that's another thing you need to keep into account there. Hey, Rustic Paul Harrow. So, generally speaking, it's almost never worth bombing 3 enemies. That's just not a thing. Is this the one? Oh, okay, sure. No big deal. I mean, if it gets pushed back past December, then they're going to push it back all the way to March at that point. They should, but let's not get into that. That is correct, SJ. Like I said, this was the FF that, anecdotally, was designed to get people into JRPGs in general. Whether it succeeded or not, well, that's a little more debatable, but that was the apparent intent. Let's see, what's over here? Nothing! Dungeon design isn't super complex early on. I don't think that's it, but let's go and talk to him. Save. I don't think this is it. Ah, that's okay. I'll take the bombs. I can always use bombs. You guys get some bombs? We're gonna be using a lot of bombs. A lot. We can only carry 99 at a time. So you'll notice I'm kind of Korean methoding. We'll stop doing that at a certain point, don't worry. But like I said, I really want at least one more level before the Flammerous Rex, which is the Earth boss for some reason. Oh, see, that was bad RNG. If you run out of bombs, you just are out of bombs, and you can no longer use them. Generally speaking, if you run out of bombs, there is... Tristram! There is some manner by which you can get more bombs. I will skip several battlefields, but not all of them. I also need to show off one of my personal favorite tricks when it comes to battlefields. But we'll get there. I'm gonna run a little low here between the poison and the blind. Now, you'll notice we're just kind of living with being poisoned and blinded. No, that's exactly what I was thinking you meant, Ventures. And like I said, what will happen is you will have to go backtrack in order to go and find the bombs. Now, allow me to demonstrate something really quick here. So you notice we've pretty much cleared this room of enemies, right? Chest is open. That was the one that had ninja stars. And this chest over here had bombs. Right there. Now if we backtrack, the enemies don't respawn. They don't respawn until you completely leave a dungeon. So if you clear, you can just walk out. Or use the exit spell. Now, I just wanted to point that out because that's kind of the catch-22 there. And if you use all your bombs and you've already picked up all the bomb chests, because you notice the chest didn't respawn either, then you're going to have to leave the dungeon and go get some bombs. You will be capable of doing so, but you will have effectively lost quite a bit of progress. I don't know, Valvadrix. I will admit I'm enjoying myself so far. We'll see what I think of this in about 4 hours. Now everyone hit the stream breaks. I gotta look up a game I've never heard of. Yeah, exit spell is for the win in this game. Although there's a caveat to that, but we'll talk about that when we get there. Well, it didn't manage it, Malcor. Let me weird it out, but it didn't. Unavowed is the name of the game. Looks like it is a good, so I will edit. Thank you for watching my show, Don Grow. What am I doing? I am we'll talk about the exit spell when we get it, which we will be doing, because that's a battlefield. It's probably the most important battlefield in the whole game. Getting the exit spell. So this is like what I meant. You know, some encounters, you're just not going to avoid hitting them. Oh yes, almost every enemy in the game eventually becomes a regular encounter after you fight them as a boss. This also follows the standard Final Fantasy format. There are enemies, there are bosses, and then there are big bosses. There are 5 big bosses in this game. There we go. I was gonna say, I should be getting it soon. There are 5 big bosses in this game, and quite a few bosses. Like a lot. Like the Minotaur! By the way, this game uses a lot of palette swapping. No, I think FF4 was before this. And yeah, FF1 had exit as well, while we're on the subject. There we go. We can finally start looting chests without fear. You're probably wondering what I was doing. Well, these are seeds. A seed fully restores all your mana. There are 3 of them there, and those 3 are going to have to last us for quite a while. But I really wanted them in the first slot, for no particular reason. But yeah, they're now locked in on the first slot there. If I had picked up cure potions, they would be in the first slot. Which is what you're supposed to do, but obviously you don't have to. One thing I will admit, there's probably too many encounters in this game that will probably build itself up to a negative over time. They are very quick. And I think that does help mitigate it, personally. Let's go ahead and get a spell here. The Quake Spell. Which, believe it or not, is actually useful against the upcoming Earth boss we're about to fight. 6 had teleport stuff. 7 didn't, 8 didn't, 9 didn't, 10 didn't. 10-2 just ported you out when you're finished with the dungeon. 12, I don't think had anything. 12 had X Zone, but that was an enemy thing. Okay, so there's the boss. There's our first big boss. Okay, so this is actually gonna suck a little bit here. Let's go ahead and save. Oh yeah, do you mind if I tell you guys a story really quick? This game introduced me to a concept I had never seen before in... Well, I'm saying that wrong. It's up to you, Dragon Tiger. I'm leaning towards no, but we'll see going forwards. If it's bothering you, I can do that while I talk. Anyway, so... This is a concept I technically had encountered before, but didn't know it was happening. So, let me try this first. Give me a second, let me try and explain this. I had a friend who was talking about how easy Final Fantasy Mystic Quest was, and how much he hated the game because it was crap. And he also mentioned that he had beaten the game, and so I had mentioned that there was this old place he used to be able to go to, and they had a bunch of SNESs hooked up, and a bunch of games you could select, and you would rent time, and you would just go there to the store and rent time to play SNES games. I'd go there every now and again. It wasn't super common, and one of the times I went to play this game, Final Fantasy Mystic Quest, because I like this game. And I got pretty much about to where I am right now inside of a half an hour before we had to get going. I mentioned this to my friend, and he was like, wow, I'm surprised you didn't beat the game. I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, no, I can usually beat the game inside half an hour. Oh. And I just automatically assumed that I was an idiot. So what I did is once I actually procured a copy of this game, which was a little bit longer, I sat down and started trying to really push through this game. it was about then I realized my friend was full of crap. This concept is something that I've encountered a lot since then, but I've always remembered that very first idea, that first concept of it's like a specific type of exaggerating memeing is what it really is. You know, oh man, episode 1 is just total crap and Jar Jar's the worst. You know, people tend to say, yeah, it's not just boasting bullcrap, it's specifically boasting bullcrap in whatever the common narrative is. Just going along with what the norm is and usually repeating what other people say as a consequence of that. I use episode 1 as an example because I've heard that one a lot too. And I was really weirded out by it until I realized that he was just full of crap and he was just saying what everyone else was always saying, that this game was total crap and super easy and therefore, you know, I can beat that game in half an hour. He was saying it, of course, as a directed insult and an exaggerative meme. So we're about an hour in. Granted, I've been talking a lot. There is a very good chance we're about to die. You'll never beat me. I have the power of the crystal of earth. Go ahead and start using some spiels. Have misses. Oh yeah, by the way, status effects override other status effects, so we're not blind anymore. That's cool. That. I know, it's shocking. Let's do this. Wait, you don't like the Flamorous Rex Venters? You're gonna have to talk to Ted Woolsey. He's the one who translated all this, and some of the translations are a little bit eyebrow-raising, I will freely admit. You'll notice... oh, whatever. You'll notice the life spell healed me for all the health I was missing. He's injured, guys. Yeah, we're actually having pretty good RNG. We've only had two bad rolls so far. It is worth noting that regardless of what their health is, their moveset doesn't change at all, so they can still wreck you, even when they're at 10 health. That's a pretty normal thing for an FF game, though. Got 2 crits. Yeah, wow, we just steamrolled him. Jesus. No, I haven't seen him since 8th grade, Mr. Red. Unless you were talking to Takoida. So yeah, 4 animations for a big boss. Well, A, I do know what I'm doing, Von Falkenstein, but B, I did also level. I have been Korean methoding. Honestly, I wouldn't even call this Korean methoding. I've been sweeping. I got the crystal. Never mind. Never mind that. Get a load of this stuff. Foreshadowing. I'll keep this. Oh, here's what you wanted. The elixir. So now I can get cure potions. And whatever this is. Sand coin! Oh, that's cool. How many of you have ever played this game and forgotten to pick up the sand coin? Rest item. No, don't do that. You actually can't get the crystal, Ventures. Or, to be slightly more accurate, we already have the crystal. See, we can just walk out, because we've cleared everything, because we swept. We can even use these as a shortcut. I know, Bregman, it's huge, isn't it? The sand coin, well, give me a minute. I will tell you what the sand coin is. Also, I'm going to go ahead and admit something that's going to be really sad. It took me, I think, until my 3rd playthrough until I noticed that the sand is moving even on the normal areas. moving on. Oh yeah, the game has quite a few full heal spots. I've actually talked about this before, like the wells in FF5 or 6. There's actually a few games that have full heal spots too. Right. You know, where you walk up and it's like, and it heals you to full, and it gets rid of any status effects and restores all your mana and resurrects you if you're dead. There's a few of those in this game. Do I want to do that? Sure. Let's talk about battlefields. Where am I at? That's good. I'm gonna save. Actually, sorry. Okay. The graphics are not great. I like good sprite work. This is not good sprite work. So, these are battlefields. There are 10 rounds per battlefield. You just sit there and it triggers a random encounter. Just like all the other just like all the other encounters, I shouldn't say random encounters. Just like all the encounters I've mentioned, there's a pool which they can pull from, in order to determine which actual specific enemies you fight. So, you notice we're fighting mostly the same kind of enemies we were fighting at the beginning of the Earth dungeon right here. The overworld I actually dislike, like actively dislike. I don't know if it's negative worthy, but it's drifting that way. We'll talk more about why in a minute when it really becomes more overt. Anyways, my point being though, if I was to run from this battle and then redo the fight, I would probably get another different formation, just like with any other overworld encounter. All of these are 100% skippable. You can just walk right through a battlefield. You don't have to do any of them. They're mostly here for, grind spots. I'm not sure what I think of this as a concept. Because it really is the, here, go level spot. Except there's one other caveat which I'm holding off on to talk about for just a moment, so give me just a minute. We've got 4 left. Some of these can also be pretty mean because the enemy formations they can pull can be really mean. It's mostly in the ice area and the wind area specifically. By the way, you'll notice there's no RNG whatsoever to the damage we're doing. That's interesting in a game that has so much RNG, by the way. Hi, Valerian. Okay, so we have 1 encounter left. So I'm going to do a couple things here really quick. So first we're going to save. We're going to turn down the message speed a lot. So you can really see that. So let's do the last encounter. Which I don't remember which one this is off the top of my head, but you'll see what I mean. Defeated the enemy. 1 charm. Okay, so that was an okay one to finish. So that's the interesting thing about the battlefields. They're there for, grinding, but Trash doesn't give a huge amount of experience in this game. By the way, the level cap is effectively 40 in this game. It's actually not. You can keep leveling past 40, but your stats stop growing after 40. I rarely get past the 30s in this game. You do not have to be high level to beat this game, which is good. But there's another caveat to these things. I'm going to try to pull this off, so give me a second here. Switch to X. Let's miss, because we're still only level 7. I will also admit the battle areas don't look super great. Some of them look better than others, but, I mean, look at the forest we're in right now. Ah, damn. That actually sucks. Okay, whatever. You'll notice the earlier battlefield has an inclination towards 2 formations rather than 3 formations, which makes sense since this is the first one you're encountering and they've specifically designed it to make it a little bit easier to get through. Especially since you're supposed to fight this before you get Tristram, technically. You can absolutely take a companion into these, but the next companion I'm going to get is going to be for a little bit, and I don't feel like backtracking. Almost there. Sorry. What's funny is I'm just blazing through these. The later ones will take much longer. But, you know, 10 encounters in a row does take a minute. Unfortunately, I don't think I can show off what I wanted to because I just leveled, unfortunately. Where we at? Yeah, a little bit more. Let's see what this one is really quick. I might end up resetting here. That's what I thought. Okay, so we're going to reset. I just want to show off a little interesting niggle. Yes, it's a direct... It's like I said, there's no RNG whatsoever to it, Bone Falkenstein. It just does it straight. There's also better bombs that you get later. Oh, right. I should go heal Kaylee. Yes. Hey, that looks better. Thanks for saving us and the trees. Go save the crystal. I just saved it. Okay, fine, whatever. So needy. God. Remember the old man up here? The old man. I want to hear Mac's stories again. Yeah, he's a kid now. You can tell because he's got a baseball cap on backwards. The ultimate sign of kidhood. A little girl again. Congratulations. So you can buy items in this game. There's really only one that's worth buying in the entire game. It's not cure potions, because everything else, like if I was to leave and come back right now, those 3 cure potions would respawn. So, not a lot of reason to bother. Can you save all 4 crystals? Nope. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Oh my god. Gotta flex. Gotta flex after we win. Just play it like it's MMO, guys. Play it like it's MMO. Alright, so. Yeah, by the way, terrain changes go away the moment you zone at all, which is just weird. I thought about doing the shrug instead of the flex for that particular emote slot, but flexing tends to work a little bit better. Ready and give Kaylee the medicine. Oh, yes. Hey, Kaylee. Benjamin, is it really you? Here's the elixir. Thank you. Now I can visit Spencer in Aquaria. Why don't I go to Aquaria first and look around? Where is it? It's through the Focus Tower to the northeast. Take care. Okay. Bye now. Yep. Peace. We're gonna do a couple more of these. Actually, no idea. No idea. Listen, it's not monster infested. In fact, funnily enough, there are 0 encounters in the Focus Tower. This is the last dungeon, by the way. We'll talk about that in a bit. And by a bit, I mean several hours from now. Hey, it's Cloud Dude. Well done, Benjamin. Remember, Captain Mac will be crucial to your quest. A girl named Phoebe can help you out. But I'm going to Aquaria. Maybe you'll find her on the way. Hey, some bombs. So someone asked what the sand coin is. That would be this. It opens these doors. Okay, this is how you progress. You notice there's the 4 doors right there. Each of those 4 doors you require their coins to open. each of those blocks your progress. Pretty simple. Jumping is not faster than running. I've actually done frame tests when I was speedrunning this game. It is exactly the same speed. But it's jumping. As you can see, nothing really over here right now, so looks like that's all we got. Grab this. We now have the fire spell. That's all about. Yeah, we'll get there later. Welcome to the frozen area. Oh yeah, by the way, this is... So there's 4 quadrants to the overworld, because of course there are. Lower left is earth, upper right is water, upper left is fire, lower right is wind. You can't see certain ones until... hang on. There we go. So I can actually... Took me a while to figure out how to do this too. So here's the wind area. You can tell, because it's... Yeah, there's some random... there's an old... And why is the... Why are we just on a floating continent hovering over the void? That has always bothered me. I know we're not. It's just that, like I said, the overall design, not great. That's where we're going now. This is the Frost area. There's the volcano. We'll be going there later. Obviously. Here's back where we came from. There are the mountains down there for some reason. Yeah, there's just this abyss, which just has always bothered me, that there's just this frickin' abyss there. Ugh. Anyways, moving on. That's the whole overworld. Talk to the girl or get the treasure. I think we know which one we're gonna do. Hi. It's hopeless. I give up. Aquaria's frozen, people are sick, Grandpa's trapped. Wait, have you ever heard of a man named Spencer? He's my grandpa. What luck, let's go free him. But we can't. I'm going home. Hey, what's your name? Where are you from? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm Phoebe from Aquaria. You are Phoebe? Then I'm going with you. This for later. Okay, so now we're gonna backtrack. This is what I could have done earlier and didn't really want to, but whatever. I do want to show something off. Grab some bombs. Always grab these bombs when I go through. It's just a habit. Don't worry, all bombs are the same as all other bombs, so once you upgrade to better bombs, any bombs will be the better bombs. The better bombs bomb better than the previous bombs, but the bombs you get from the bombing bomb better than the previous bombs bombed better. Get it? So I mentioned this earlier, Valerian, but I've actually forgotten to pick up the coin at least once in my playthrough. Oh yeah, she's level 15, by the way, with more than twice our health. Get used to that. It gets funny later. She attacks with Claw. The most powerful claw of all. The default claw, which is kind of worthless and only does one thing. What's funny is she's technically going to be worse after she loses the claw, but let's not go into that. Yeah, the claw is not a damage weapon. In fact, there are probably 4 encounters in the entire game where it's actually worth using a claw in combat. And none of them are bosses. Yeah, that's a puzzle item. Hey, our first confusion spell! Holy crap, I've been waiting for that to happen. Confusion acts like it always does. And given the Dragon Quest cheat, it kind of sucks, but there's a really weird, interesting thing. Going back to quality of life features, your character has a chance to just decide to stop being confused as their action. They can just do that. Be like, you know what, I don't feel like being confused. And they can just cure themselves. This can lead to some funny encounters, and by funny I mean frustrating, where you're fighting one enemy, and they confuse you, and then you fix yourself, and then they confuse you, and then you fix yourself, and then you confuse... You get the idea. You get into a confusion loop. Now, I think I'm right about this. Let's double check, though. Confusion. Okay, so that one gave us gold. That's what I thought. Hey, Syrah. Syrah. 1,000. Okay. I need to be down pretty low. I do like me some bombs, Mr. Red. Let's go pick up some bombs while we're bombing our way through this. $1,095, I need to remember that. So I can actually dupe items at this point, but I'm not going to. I suppose I could show off how you do it. Okay, so let's dupe items. Save just in case. So we have 3 seeds. Alright, so I'm going to use a seed. And then we're going to run. Whoops. Well, that's okay, because now we have 4 seeds. You do have to run every seed, everything you dupe, and how many times you dupe is entirely up to you. But as I mentioned before, you don't really have a lot of sources of seeds early on, so... Yes, this is an SNES game. 1990 has... I really want to show off this stupid thing. So it's going to take me a little bit of work, and I do apologize. 510. I actually talked about that earlier, Valerian. The short answer is no. The long answer is kinda. So, all of that information tracks back to a single interview by Ted Woolsey, who is the person who localized this game. And, really? In a Agapogo interview, which is a magazine. No, there is not, Riso. In that interview, he mentioned that the executives were concerned that JRPGs... Perfect. Oh, that's perfect. JRPGs weren't going to sell outside of Japan. So they made what was intended to be an introductory JRPG in order to try and get people into the concepts and ideas of JRPGs in order to then be able to sell the rest of the FF series. You'll notice that this was being done right about the time at which it was decided to go ahead and start pushing FF outside of Japan. In fact, that's one of the biggest reasons why this game came out. This was the first Final Fantasy game to come out in Europe. Specifically because of that mentality. Because they were trying to broaden the market. In short, this was intended to do what FF7 actually did. Okay, so. Double check. We are currently level 8. As you can see, we only need 42 experience to level. I want you to remember that. Hey, and FF6 actually sold quite well, which is funny because the developers were told that it didn't. It didn't sell as well as 7. I mean, nothing sold as well as 7, but it did sell quite well, yes, in the States. So we defeated the enemy. We leveled. We leveled. So this is an interesting little gimmick. It is a gimmick. It's not actually an exploit. Because if you level on a battlefield where the bonus from the battlefield is experience, it immediately gives you another level. Now you're probably thinking, well, how is that not an exploit? Because now we need all the experience both of those levels required in order to progress. Let me explain this visually. Let's say we're over here, right? And in order to hit level 2, we need to hit this marker. And in order to hit level 3, we need to hit this marker. And in order to hit level 4, we need to be way over here. So we managed to hit level 2 in a battlefield with the final thing. That pushes us, because of this little bug, up to level 3. But we still need this much experience to get to level 4, which we don't have. We're technically still back here. So we still have to gain all the experience for 3, then all the experience for 4, even though we're already 3. Make sense? It still can give you a little bit of an upfront, because it's basically getting a advance check, or what do you call that? When you get an advance at work, you still have to work, and you just don't get the money later. You get the money now. It's the same kind of concept. You get the level in advance, but you still have to earn it eventually, unless you want to progress anymore. There are some cases where that's more useful than not. But I just wanted to show it off once. That's the only time I'm going to do that, because lining that up actually can be kind of a pain, as you can see, since I've been doing that for the last about 20 minutes now. I just wanted to show it off once. Oh, and by the way, the reason for that is because the game calculates experience based on total needed, rather than total had. Oh, dozens, Fief. I've beaten this game a lot. I've speedrun this game. I don't know what else to add to that. This is one of the surprisingly small list of games that I have actually done speedruns of. Now that we got Phoebe, we're gonna go and just kind of race through these. We could technically do something else to speed this up slightly, but it's not really worth doing. It's only going to speed it up by a few seconds, and honestly, the backtracking will will kill that speeding up, so there's no reason to do that, so we're just going to go ahead and do it now. Because the only other time to do it is as we're leaving Aquaria, at which point this experience will not be really worth it, and there's a couple things I kind of want from these. Oh yeah, by the way, I mentioned how your party members are always higher level than you, and always higher level than they think they are. There's another thing to keep in mind there. Your party members also are pretty much always going to be better statted than you, even if you can catch up with them, which it is possible to do in several cases. I guess I don't do that now. You'll notice Phoebe is pretty much always going first, and that's just going to be a trend. We tend to be the slow bee. Oh my god, really? Yeah, I was gonna say, the sprites and the fact that there are multiple sprites per enemy is probably the majority of the graphics budget. So yeah, there was another X-Bone we could have done. Is it this one? A couple more of these. Oh! So I have to admit, the graphics don't look good to me. I'm not sure if they qualify as a negative. Thanks, Phoebe, for wasting your mana. Appreciate it. The game is pretty non-grindy. I mean, I am grinding. Yes, von Falkenstein, that is correct. The claw does status effects. That's why it's useless, because you can't status effect any enemy in the entire game. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm wondering, Cyric. Like, they're definitely very simple graphics. They're functional, but they tend to be better in some cases than others, and some of the palettes are frankly boring. Oh yeah, by the way, she has Heal, which does exactly what you think. And Fire, and this little spell called Thunder. Thundercats. That is a damn good question. There's also a decent amount of enemy stuff, enemy formations, spells, and abilities and equipment, excuse me, sorry, equipment, not abilities, which are dummied out, which are actually still in the game, like they're still there, and I'm not sure if that's part of why some of that stuff is still in the game. Confuse Polize. Parafuse? I don't know. Yeah, so stat effect... Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and be real. Status effects are probably gonna be a negative in this game, because I mentioned how, you know, our first death will probably be a trash mob who petrifies us. Yeah. Status effect game is real. It's pretty much the exact same problem almost every FF has with status effects. It's just worse. Because you physically cannot status effect them. They can status effect you until you become immune to it, at which point they don't do it anymore. And most of the status effects are irritating. Not painful, just irritating. They either kill you instantly, petrify, or they make you waste turns doing stupid stuff. Confuse, blind, paralyze. Not great. The irritation factor alone is probably going to be a negative on that one. It's okay, Nemesis, I understand. Nemesis secretly hates the fact that I got rid of the green screen. Tomorrow. I was kind of hoping Savacom would be here for this. I know she was excited about this run, but I think she secretly just hates my show. She's just upset that I haven't released the FF9 Theater. That's what it is. Yeah, if you're paying attention, Melkor Blade, the majority of status effects make you waste time. Poison at least does something. It's bland, but at least it freaking does something. There's a story to this game, Von Falkenstein? Okay, so this game does something interesting with its narrative. I'm sure you've already noticed it. I'm going to talk to Von Falkenstein. Von Falkenstein will tell me flat out where to go for the next quest. Now that I know where to go for the next quest, I will go there. And I will find someone else who will say, man, I sure wish someone could tell me about the Dragon Lord and the Demon Sword that only you can wield. Like, imagine if someone took a bullet point of an RPG story, like it made a bullet point list of what happens, in the most bare-bones way possible. That's the story to this game. I don't mean that as an insult, per se, but at the same time, I kinda do. I like this game, but narrative is not its strong suit. There's an evil dude who is controlling 4 other evil dudes. The 4 other evil dudes are currently controlling the 4 crystals of the 4 elements. Each of those 4 crystals are screwing up with a local area. We are going between those 4 areas to help those people. Now, there is a little bit of additional on that. This isn't complete bare bones. The Captain Max side quest is going to be regular throughout the entire game. And let's go ahead and wait on that one. The Captain Max side quest is going to be a thing. We'll meet Spencer eventually. And, you know, each of the side characters has a little bit of personality. An absolute bare bones amount of personality. No. 95 gold for an inn? That's highway robbery. Oh, and some explosives. Oh yeah, by the way, you can buy 0 of an item. Don't do that unless you know what you're doing. That is a straight-up bug. The ice doesn't melt even when heated. Cold air made Grandma sick, so this is kind of a tutorial. Yes, there are Valvatrix. Don't worry, I'll show it off later. So this is layered dungeoning. This is technically the tutorial for this, because we'll start seeing this in the cold dungeons we'll be doing shortly, the water dungeons. Yeah, by the way, we're over a fourth of the way through the game already. It depends on what you do with it, Von Falkenstein. So it hits the gamut. Anyways, this will be part of some of the dungeons going forward. I just wanted to point that out really quick. Yeah, the music really is legit in this game. I don't have many complaints about the music in this game. There are a couple songs I don't like. monster in the ice pyramid up north is draining the power of the crystal of water. Well, no wonder everything's supposed to move. How about buying my steel helmet? You got it. I now have better helm. Let's see what that helmet does. Let's see what it does for us. Increases our def by 4. There's a magic mirror which reflects the images of monsters. Cool. Refreshers! I need heals and then I'm good on that one. Oh, and then I need to get to the fire area. Hey, it's another one of those little things. Huh. Oh, whatever. Oh my god, move. Move. Okay, fine. Move the other way. No, not... Oh, Jesus. Hang on. Now go left. Come on, you have a 25... There you go. So you have a 25% chance to go the right way. Go! NPCs are the real bosses. The monster in the ice pyramid makes itself invisible. Huh. So Phoebe, where's Spencer trapped? In the tunnel he was digging under here. The dirt is frozen solid so he can't get out. Can't we melt it? Not until we get the wake water from the Spring of Life. But a monster in the wintry cave stole the Libra quest, which warps us from the Libra temple to the Life temple. Anyway, first we gotta get the whatchamacallit crest back, right? Right, to the wintry cave. Okay. And heal potions. We are now good to glitch the game. In, like 2 dungeons. 3? 3 dungeons, sorry. 4. 8. 37. No, it is 4. So we're actually not going to do these battlefields just yet. I'll explain why in just a second. Welcome to the Wintry Cave. This is probably the hardest part of the speedrun right here, because by this point you are really under-leveled. And the enemy formations drastically change how you encounter each given enemy group. This is also when you really start to duping seeds, if you're not doing super well. I have played all of them except for 1, Spartan. So that's what I meant with sometimes the AI will pick things and you don't actually want them to. I figured that was the easiest way to show that off. Because even though she could have done that as AoE and killed the left 2 enemies, she notices that one of the enemies is not weak to fire, so she single targets it. So you notice a lot of these enemies we can't actually avoid. So we're going to be fighting most of the stuff in here. I hope you're really comfortable with the first 10 seconds of this song, by the way, because you're going to be hearing a lot. See if it ends up bothering me by the end of the game. Come on! Oh yeah, I mentioned they prioritize healing, regardless of other circumstances. She could have just killed the entire enemy formation there with 1 spell, but nope. Prioritizing healing. They also prioritize using items over spells in all cases, which is just weird when it comes to healing. So, did you notice that? I'm sure you didn't, so allow me to elucidate. Remember one of my biggest complaints about FF4 on the SNES? In fact, I hate this in almost every game it happens. I think this happened in Breath of Fire 2 as well. I'm pretty sure it did. It was a common problem in NES and SNES RPGs where the music wouldn't remember where it's at. So, here's the overworld song, right? So it starts the overworld song, and then you get into an encounter, so then it starts the overworld song, and then you get into an encounter, so then it starts the overworld song. Drives me bonkers. They actually remember your place in the song in this game. So that's one way it is objectively better than FF4 on the SNES. If I'm being 100% honest, Azure Diamond, I assume there's some politics involved, since Chrono Trigger is a very well-beloved game in pretty much every market. So it was just kind of a gimme choice, you know? The popular choice, that kind of thing. Okay, hang on. So let's do something real quick here. That's also why I assume that's the one that got fixed before anything else did. Alright, so let's just walk down this little... Ah! Ugh. So the claw saved me. Here's how to use it. Select the claw, press A, hold it down. Now it's yours. So this is the claw. Now she uses bow and arrow, and which is a better weapon. This is the point of the claw, being able to climb up and down these particular sections. That is it. This is why the claw exists. There's actually another claw, which exists for another purpose, but you get the idea. As I mentioned, the claw doesn't do great damage, and status effects don't work, so back to bombs. Lord knows we have 91 of them. I know Ventures is probably gone by now, but if you're wondering, this is why I was kind of weirded out by the fact that you mentioned, you know, what if you run out of bombs? I mean, it is possible. Not sure how you'd manage, but it is possible. More often than not, I will leave bombs on the floor, so to speak, because I'm full, because you only carry 99 of them. And that's with using bombs regularly, because they're your main weapon for... 4 dungeons, I think? Something like that. There's quite a few dungeons where bombs are the go-to weapon. And when you get to the second to last dungeon, they are actually really good against quite a few enemies in there. I'm sorry, Valerian. I shouldn't laugh. I've done really dumb things in games too. Usually on camera, so that's my thing. What really weirds me out is when I'm playing a game that I've played 20 times before, and I discover something I never knew before, and I'm just like... How did I not know that? In fact, I think that came up recently with Earthbound. So that's actually the boss down there below. By the way, yeah, you see how much the bow is doing. Way more damage. Granted, that was a crit, but she's still hitting for about 100-ish more. She's just critting like crazy. 100-ish more per attack. Now, this is one of the more interesting things they do. Yeah, when I found out I could leave the department store. I was gonna say, I feel like there was something in Earthbound that I never knew before, and I'm just like, you can leave the department store? What? Oh, sorry. So, they do these kind of things occasionally, where there's a bunch of enemies in like a grid formation. What's interesting is you're still kind of mandated to fight most of them, so there's not really a lot of purpose in it. It's just, you know... visual disparity. But anyways, yeah, that's the boss down there. We obviously cannot reach him right now. I'm dead. Uh-oh, I'm paralyzed. That might be bad. By the way, they can re-paralyze you, which I know sounds weird, but basically what that does is it refreshes the debuff. Ooh, yeah, that might be bad. Okay, we're okay. So that's a good example of how a trash fight can go very badly with one bad RNG. Not the best example. There's better examples of that. But yeah, that's gonna be a thing. There's gonna be deaths in this run. A lot in this one. I'm out of things to talk about. Someone come up with a topic, quick. There's a lot of encounters in this game. It's almost guaranteed to be a negative. The only thing that mitigates... You know what? Let's do something we usually don't do. Let's avoid most encounters. I don't remember all the speedrun strats, but, you know, we'll make do. Skipping encounters mode engaged. Whee! I don't know. Let's just go this way. Oh yeah, this isn't as bad as FF2. It's just, you know, bad. It was pretty much the norm back in the day to have lots of encounters in RPGs. I'm not sure why, other than the obvious thing to stretch out the game. One second. Of course, it's pouring rain on the day. Yeah, they're quick encounters, but God, there are so many. We will be quite sick of them at the end of the game, I pretty much guarantee. But yeah, there's a package I'm supposed to be getting today that I actually have to sign for. It's for this. And apparently it's raining? Oh yeah, no, it's raining. Okay. Well, that's cute. Hopefully it won't rain for too long. Moving on. I should probably mention that I'm not just mashing A. I'm actually thinking about my actions pretty much every single encounter. It's just I don't have to think too much about them yet. Later on, it's going to be a lot more relevant in even trash encounters to think about who attacks what, with what, and when. Especially since, as I mentioned earlier, your companion pretty much always goes before you do. You can pretty much guesstimate who's going to attack when, just based on that. Did you have to? I will admit freely on a typical replay of this game, what I will do is I will fight everything, and I will use the fast forward button. Fast forward and auto A and just bzzz, and they're dead, bzzz, and they're dead. And just kind of buzzsaw my way through most of the encounters. It's not a great time, Melkor. It's one of the reasons I put it down. It was like 4 hours or something. I forget. I have it written down somewhere. But it was not a great time. I need to do a lot more work to really polish it up. Oh yeah, by the way, this game has memory cursor. I'm only pointing that out because a weirdly large amount of modern games don't seem to understand what memory cursor is. For some reason. Even remembers the targeting. If you'll notice, it's doing AoE fire, not just single target fire. What do you mean, Belvedrix? Oh, you hate memory cursor. Gotcha. I'm surprised that's not an option. Excuse me. Oh my gosh. Yeah, by the way, if you're wondering why I'm mashing so much, the text speed, the rate at which the combat goes and the text speed is pretty much directly proportional to how quickly you're mashing A. The faster I mash A, the faster this will go, quite literally. This might be a death. Well, let's do this. Well, let's do this. Miss, and we're good. Still no deaths. Yeah, I was actually amused when they patched Mario 64, Mario Sunshine, and Mario Galaxy on the Switch to add camera controls. You know, the inverse, double inverse thing. I'm a little bit surprised that the outcry was that big on that. Because I just kind of lived with it in Mario Galaxy. Because remember, we played that before they patched that. Phoebe, you're killing yourself, literally. Damn it. Oh yeah, I should probably show off what it looks like when you are in easy mode? I don't know why this is a thing. So that's what your health looks like when you're in this mode. I mean, I'm down for player option, so that doesn't bother me. It's just... I actually don't know anyone who prefers to play with the HP bar like that. Does anyone in chat prefer to play with the HP bar like that? No judgment. Just curious. He's dead. Yeah, let's go back to something I can actually understand. There we go. That's true, Risoff. Less options is always a bad thing! Thank you for clarifying. Sorry, I'm just memeing. I apologize. Yeah, I admit I legitimately... and we're dead from 2 lucky hits. I admit I have a hard time telling where my health is with the health bars. I prefer the numbers. You've probably already seen how the RNG can be bad, and I'm pretty sure the RNG is going to be a negative. I'd be astonished if it wasn't. Okay, so let's be efficient about this. I think we will. This is probably going to completely shoot me in the foot, but I'm going to try to not kill every enemy. Because I haven't done that in a really long time, not counting speedrunning. We'll see what the power curve is, you know, when you're not absolutely sweeping every single dungeon. Yes, turtle are weak to axe. I was gonna say, you're pretty sure you're not thinking of this one, Melkor, because the only puzzle in this dungeon is, here's how the claws work. I mean, it's something. I don't want to sound like it isn't. Also, this is just me speaking personally, but I think Super Metroid had a better map design than Dark Souls. Possibly Soten as well. So yeah, every time I see that Earthquake, I cringe a little bit when someone casts it while confused, because that could be targeting me. Save. Boss time. So, most of the dungeon bosses come with ads. Most of that is where a lot of the difficulty comes from on these fights. Oh, it's doing it. Hang on. There we go. So, not that I'm using anything other than incredibly legitimate means to play this, but I'm curious if anybody knows why the SNES 9X 1.57 would periodically lower its frame rate down into like the 50 FPS range rather than 60. It's been doing that consistently for some time now, and I have no idea why. Also. Ow. That's my favorite sound effect in this whole game. Yes, I know I'm weird. Shut up. I should be good for one more round. By the way, there is one benefit of the Cure spell over the Life spell. Cure can be cast on both of you. Life cannot. Life is single target only. Just debating there, whether I should heal all or not. Oh, he looks all sad. Let's kill him. And then eat him. That must be the Libra quest. Let's take it to the Libra temple. There's a mark there, just looks like the design on the crust. Stand on it, we'll be warped to the Life Temple. Forget to pick that up. He was delicious, Gum Gum. We are literally on the verge of a level, so... I'll do it outside. Doesn't really matter. Doesn't matter. Don't have the exit spell yet. Try not to jump. I should probably go back up this way. He looks so cute when he's jumping, too. Yes, Melkor Blade. And something that, honestly, a lot of RPGs haven't done and don't do for quite some time. We were talking about that in the Oblivion run, if you'll remember. That was one of the innovations Skyrim added. I call it circular level design. WoW started doing that in BC for a little bit of perspective. It should have been 2006, I think? Something like that. I don't remember which is which. But whatever. Kind of want some experience anyways for the upcoming dungeon. So let's fight these guys. man, that could suck, Valvedrix, if memory serves. Maybe I'm misremembering, but I have a vague memory of being in, I think it was the Lich Dungeon. You're like, hey, you can warp out of here. Did you get the item? No? Sucks to be you. Go back through the whole dungeon. Oh yeah, by the way, these guys counterattack melee attacks. Best Metroidvania level design? I mean, I'm sorry, Super Metroid. Super Metroid is a astonishingly well-designed game in terms of its level design. Past that? I don't know. I mean, it's an astonishingly well-designed game. Yeah, Soten is another one I would put way up there when it comes to level design. Soten beats Super Metroid in visuals, I think. Fusion? I haven't played Fusion since 2004, Tortunator. So I don't have much of an opinion about it. I hope to review it someday. But, I don't know. I will say that it's probably the least Metroidvania of the Metroids that I remember off the top of my head, but that's not necessarily a bad thing, it's just interesting. Wouldn't peanut butter be a good thing, though? Stuff like that is as close to strategy as you're getting in this game, by the way, right there. So I hope you enjoyed that. No, that's Prime. Fusion was the first GBA one. It's also the last one in the storyline, still. Hopefully Prime 4 will fix that. But no, Fusion's one where you're on a space station. I know that narrows it down so much. And you're going after the X-Parasites, which have the ability to replicate other living matter. Because magic. And Fusion was also the one that started really building out the setting of Metroid more than, honestly, most of them had been doing up to that point in time. That's the first time we really started learning about the Galactic Federation, and how they're not great, to put that as nicely as I can. That's there. Something that would be continued in Prime 3. It's doing it again. Now, the really weird thing is if I save state and load state, it fixes the frame rate issue immediately. That's so weird. I admit I like Prime 1 a lot. It's actually probably my favorite of the 3 Prime games. However, I haven't reviewed any of them. Hey, Magister. Oh, hang on. Someone mentioned the green screen thing. Take a drink. So I haven't reviewed them, so I have no idea. But what I do know is that I love Prime 1 other than the artifacts. It's probably the only gameplay negative I can think of off the top of my head for Prime 1. I mean, Prime has amazing visuals, fantastic horror, excellent quest log design, and that's the wrong phrase. Audio log, except they're not audio, they're text log. Some really great narrative beats there. Combat is fun. Platforming was acceptable. Phrase that. Music in Prime is fantastic. From the subject. No. Melkor Blade. I mean, I go, hey, there's the multiplayer, and then we'd move on. Yeah, it's so bare bones, I'm not sure it would be a positive or a negative. It's just kind of there. And I'm not sure I want to review Prime Hunters, because it's Prime Hunters. For the record, I am not a fan of Prime Hunters. I know I said I wasn't going to grind. This is kind of not grinding. This is me getting the bonuses from the battlefields. I've only played through Prime 2 once ever, and it was with Not Blessed. And Not Blessed was like, Lore, why are you playing through this game? And I was like, I don't know, it feels alright. And then Not Blessed just started beating me in the face, and I don't actually understand why he did that. And he kept doing it over and over, and just blood was everywhere. It was awful. It's okay, though. I do appreciate the sub, Not Blessed. Thank you. Always appreciate it. If you know where you want that to go, please let me know. No, and to my knowledge, they've never patched in a allow the background to move forward mode. Two more, guys. Like I said, these do take a hot minute. The light suit in Prime 2 is probably my favorite looking suit in all of Metroid. Followed very closely by the Phazon suit in 1. No, Evil Clone. There is a legitimate chance we will beat this game today. I'm not sure if I'm going to do a post-game rumination on it. I'm really not. It would be like 10 minutes long. I guess I could, because it would be like 10 minutes long. What do you guys think? Should I? Oops, I shouldn't have attacked him. Attack him. You got it. Fire Emblem Path of Radiance. You got it. Thank you again, sir. Ugh. I mean, it's whatever. I guess we'll decide based on how long it takes us to go through the game. Oh, I never want to, Mr. Red. We all know I hate doing ruminations. Especially since I do have several things planned to do tomorrow. Although it's okay, I've decided not to get groceries tomorrow, so that should be okay. I just realized I'm completely zoning out the here. My roots betrayed me first, Jesse's mess. That's why I shaved them all off. Dive's like, you wanna eat me? Even though that's totally not his voice. Probably be a little bit too full of fluff. Ice cream. Actually, I don't like cake that much. I prefer cheesecake and pie. Most cake is just sugar bread. Okay, so we got the magic ring. What's the magic ring do? Makes us immune to silence effects. As we've already discussed, that's not super useful. But, you know, it's better armor, so that's something. It's something. This must be the spring of life. The water's dried up. It's hopeless. Don't give up yet. There's someone inside. Let's have a look. I mean, I'm down for frosting, but no cake. Aquaria's in great danger. I know that. We need wake water to melt the ice. But the wake water's dried up. It's hopeless. That's the third time she said it's hopeless, by the way. Hear me. All that's left of the wake water is in this bag. Take it and go back to Aquaria. Correct, Malcor Blade. Like, my sister can make decent... Hey, let's go ahead and see where we are. Oh my god! Ah! Can make decent cornbread, but the only way I like cornbread is if it's absolutely drenched in chili. Like, to the point where it's pretty much chili cornbread, you know? There's news of a new Mass Effect, would be my response to you, Von Falkenstein. Wakewater, please save our town. That's it? I guess this town will stay frozen until the crystal of water shines again. We better hurry to the ice pyramid. Yep, all of that was for nothing. Actually, let's do this. I mean, we can talk about it tomorrow, since Lord knows there has been no other news this week. So, this might actually be the best designed dungeon in the entire game. It's actually only one screen. You're already looking at it. I'll talk about it a bit more once we finish clearing out the enemy encounters. I suppose that's kind of, you know, sad that this is probably the best dungeon in the game, but I mean that. If there's going to be a plus for gameplay dungeon design, it's probably for this one. So I can't do that yet. Okay. So like I said, whole dungeon is this one room. So there's not that many encounters, that's a good thing. And most of the area is nice, open, and empty. Huh, how strange. If only we had something we could utilize. Aha! It's such a simple puzzle, but I don't know, I like it. It's pretty well designed, too. Every single layer that we unlock gives us shortcuts to go unlock new layers, which also gives us the ability to reposition the items, which allow us to access the new areas. Like I said, it's pretty simple, but some actual time and effort was put into designing this dungeon. As opposed to, if we're being honest, most of the dungeons, which are just places, and it's doing it again. Oh my god. Oh yeah, these guys are our first interactions with that status effect. Yet another status effect that makes you waste a turn and do nothing. I hope you enjoy those. There are so many of them. Also, I love the, what are they called? The Naga injured form where they're in the snake thing. Lamias, that's what they're called. Die, Lamia. Ironically, I can't drink orange juice coming out because of my throat. At least I shouldn't. Boop, boop, boop. So you see what I mean? We move that pillar up to unlock this area, to be able to move this pillar out, to be able to unlock this area. Then we're going to kill this enemy to unlock a third pillar, and you get where this is going. Double sleeve, my personal favorite. Well, no, Confusion's even better than double sleeve. I've been getting really good luck with the Confusion so far this time. Oh no, I'm having fun. It's just the encounter rate in this game is real, and that's problematic. That's just it is what it is, right? Okay, so there's a couple ways to progress, believe it or not. No, don't you dare! I do not need a power outage right now. Seem to be okay. Let's do that. And then... If there's one thing that would convince me... Actually, if there's a second thing that would convince me to move, it's the fact that this place just does not seem to have really stable power circuits, or whatever that would be. So this is one of the possible solutions. There are, to my knowledge, 3 solutions for this place. Which is another good hallmark of good puzzle design, by the way. So forgive me for continuing to praise this dungeon, for as simple as it is. This is the kind of thing I kind of wish every dungeon in this game had. This level of design. Instead, we have the frickin' volcano, or that goddamn tower. I shouldn't speak too ill of the tower, it's just, oh my freaking god. I might actually look up the most optimal route to go through the tower, because otherwise that place takes forever. Nobody ever does remixes of Mystic Quest music, don't be ridiculous. What does it change other than the graphics? Because I don't remember what it changes other than the graphics. Yeah, the volcano is Enemy City. That's pretty much the gimmick of the volcano. Enemies! Got the chest before we fight the boss, because we can do that. Whoops. Oh, it doesn't revolt me, it's just, it hurts my throat, that's all. Yeah, I've never remixed any music from this game. Yeah, go ahead and link me, Ent, because the answer is I don't know. It would depend on how different it is from the base game. You know what I mean? Because, like, if it's like, we've polished up the graphics, then that's FF9, right? No change in score, no change in anything. Risky there, because he usually goes last. Yeah, the encounter rate got the weirdest negative I've ever given an encounter rate in an RPG. Too few encounters. I think that's the only game I've ever given that negative for, and honestly probably will be the only time that ever comes up. That could go really badly. But it didn't. We're okay. We're okay. We got it. Boop. Here's a jumbo bomb. Oh, thanks. Could you give me that earlier? So now our bombs have been upgraded. That's cool. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Did you do this? That's Falls Basin is the name of that dungeon. Sorry, I actually hate this song. So I mentioned another thing about this game that was weirdly... I think progressive is the wrong word, but it was weirdly ahead of its time, is how I want to phrase that. Anyone guess what it is? I mean, we've listed several things. I'm just going to tell you. This game has different soundtracks, that is to say different dungeon songs, for each of its types of dungeons. All the water dungeons, earth dungeons, fire dungeons, and wind dungeons share... That is to say, all the water dungeons have the same song, all the fire dungeons have the same song, etc. But that actually puts it ahead of the curve. The Final Fantasy series wouldn't actually catch up to that idea until... debatably 8, but really 9. Because until then, there was just the dungeon song, or occasionally 2 different types of dungeon songs. Like in FF6, for example, there are 2 standardized dungeon songs, and then there's like a couple of specific exceptions to that, like the Magitech Research Facility or the tower, Fanatics Tower. There it is, Fanatics Tower. It's interesting to think about. If you don't like the water dungeon music, I'm sorry. The water dungeon we're about to do is kind of large. It's okay, though. A significant portion of it is completely optional. We'll talk about that in a minute. Also, our bomb damage has gone up substantially, so... You know, that's nice. There's a weird balancing act I tend to do when I go through this, where Kingdom Hearts 1 without the port, Jesse's Mouse. Where whether or not you do battlefields is something you want to balance, because you want that experience and/or items when they're still useful. But you also want the encounters to go as quickly as possible, so you kind of want to wait for the upgrades you get as for progressing. You don't want to wait too long, because then the battlefield's useless. Well, it might, Jesse's Mouse, but that's kind of a different negative at that point, because you can skip the cutscenes in Metal Gear Solid 4, I think. I'd say Little Debbie, off the top of my head, Scodes. I'm pretty sure you can skip the cutscenes in Metal Gear Solid 4. But I realized I don't know that with total certainty because I've never tried. The only reason I even say that is because I've watched a speedrun of the game, and I'm pretty sure they didn't show any cutscenes. Why did I go first? We're not even caught up to Phoebe at all. Not even in paper, never mind in reality. I don't know. Barbie's Mall Adventure had a pretty legit final boss. Just saying. Because I'm a cheapskate, and I kinda want to do this dungeon at full tilt, we're gonna have a bit of a trip here. I mean, in my defense, I literally can't use the inn yet, so... Whoops. Yeah. Bombs. Always get bombs when I'm going through here. Yeah, Metal Gear Solid 4, if it had unskippable cutscenes, would just... Oh my gosh, that would be terrible. Please don't, Mr. Red. I've already played that on stream once. When I was reviewing Final Fantasy 13, you remember that? No, of course you don't. It was a while ago. And by reviewing, sorry, this is actually the marathon. Not the lore run. Not the review, because we've never reviewed 13. The marathon, the first big stream. That game kind of sucks. I've learned a little bit more about it, but you know. Maybe it was part of... I was making fun of FF13-3 when I did it. I remember that. That was the April Fool's gag. I was making fun of FF13-3. And I guess Barbie, obviously. Okay, full healed. Anyways, woo! We will actually have one news item. I have nothing for Lore Week, guys. I have that for Lore Week. But we should probably start turning that into a drinking game, because that's the third person to mention that in chat. So let's turn that into a drinking game real quick. Just occurred to me, along with the no encounters thing, there's nothing. There's other than the battlefields, which don't really count. There's no possibility of encounters in the overworld. Just to continue to go with the design decisions. Why is there just this giant ice pyramid? Okay, so you're probably wondering, well, hang on. Axes chop down trees. Claws make you, claw up the wall. Bombs allow you to break things. What the hell's sword for? Sword is how you hit switches. Good news, there's no enemies in this dungeon, though. Whew. So if I go right, I will spend a while going right until I will finally encounter an item, a quest item. That quest item allows me to see the enemy encounters in this dungeon. That's it. So, we're not going to do that. We're just going to go. So this place can feel like random encounters if you don't know, that little gimmick of things. Let's see if I can remember my way through here, because this is probably the closest thing to a maze. Well, excuse me. Closest thing we've had to a maze so far. There will be other mazes later. Cough, cough, volcano. Cough, cough. I guess lava dome, but whatever. Did you... I mean, Mr. Ed, if you really, really, really want that to happen, there's a method to do that. I'd kind of rather you not. I mean, memeing is memeing and all, but honestly... I mean, it's a short game, so it wouldn't take much to fund. Most NES games would be pretty easy to fund, because they're all pretty short. That's probably why no one actually suggests them. Actually, the funny thing is, I call it Barbie's Mall Adventure, but I'm pretty sure that's actually inaccurate. I think it's just called Barbie, but... I call it Mall Adventure because it helps to distinguish it from the other Barbie games. I mean, again, if you want to waste your money, Jesse's Mask, that's on you. Just occurred to me, this is going to be one of the weirder negatives I've ever given a JRPG. Usually it's something like negative for encounter rate. In this case, it's just going to be negative for number of encounters. Doesn't come up often. I'm not sure, Jesse's Mask, but if I do, it'd probably be either Mario 2, Mario 3, or Mega Man 3, 5, or 6. All of those would be the games that would be in the running for best NES games for me. There's a few bonus games that are also really good on the NES, but I'm not sure if they would be, way up there for me. Because we have, Punch-Out, which is a huge personal favorite of mine. The original Metroid, obviously. I can't think of any others off the top of my head, but I know there's other ones. Now I'm curious. What else is there on the NES that really works for me? Stop healing and wasting my arrows. Whoops. S. There we go. Okay, let's get some NES games here. Crystalis was the NES, yes, although I don't have a lot of experience with it. So we got Mario 3. I already mentioned that. Mega Man's, yep. Mario, Punch-Out. Yep. Kirby's Adventure. That's a good game. The NES Kirby. Also, Zelda 2 would probably be up there for me. Oh, I forgot about DuckTales and River City Ransom, Dracula, Castlevania 3. Star Tropics probably qualifies. I haven't played that in a long time, though. What do we got? Double Dragon 2 and 3, I would argue, but 3 is just mean. Blaster Master, which is legit. Kid Icarus, which is brutal. TMNT, which can go to hell. There's also TMNT, the Manhattan Project, though. RC Pro-Am, which I remember fondly, even though it's probably not a good game. Whoops, I didn't mean to hit that. What else we got here? These are some good games. Blades of Steel. I played that. Well, it sounds like he is a commander, Gum Gum. I don't have much else to go off of. Maniac Mansion was on the NES. I forgot about that. I'm not sure if that's a good... Oh, hey, we found our first Petrify enemy. But yeah, Maniac Mansion probably qualifies. Ninja Gaiden 2 might qualify. Batman on the NES was good. Little Nemo, you remember that one? Adventures of Lolo. Oh my gosh. Why? No. Karate was not one of the best NES games ever. What the hell? Nor was Excite Bike. And I played the crap out of Excite Bike, because it was one of the only games I had for a while there. Hello. Oh yeah, she does, like, no damage when she runs out of arrows, by the way. In fact... Package. Where's my rusty horseshoe? Anyways, point being, I can think of plenty of good NES games. I'm not sure if any of them are really super high tier, but I can think of plenty of good NES games. Have I given that negative yet? No, I haven't. I'm sorry, you guys have answered me this question before. What does GOAT stand for again? Thank God, some arrows. There's actually a lot of arrows in this dungeon, but as you can see, I long since ran dry on those. Could you imagine if these enemies were invisible even after you know... Or if even in combat, if you didn't have the mirror? That would be... Whew. Greatest of all time, that's it, that's it. Yeah, honestly, every time I hear GOAT, I think of Fallout 3. By the way, the GOAT in Fallout 3 is almost guaranteed to get a positive by itself whenever we review that game. Oh, I forgot to... okay, that's okay, that's okay. Just doing the dungeon out of order. That's my fault. What the hell, Praguin? So I'm going to say something that's going to sound a little bit weird. This game should probably be about half as long as it is. Speaking as someone who does enjoy this game, and I absolutely do, it's too long for what it is. And that's there's probably going to be a few negatives by the time we're at the... Yeah, it gets old. That's a good way to put that. It's just, after a while, it's like, okay. What's funny is I am just absolutely blazing through encounters, but there's so many of them. It's just like, alright. Let's go ahead and do that. So I'm just duping really quick, don't mind me. That should be enough. Counterattacked with Petrify. Wow. No. No, Mr. Ed, he super did not. That is the great irony, tragedy, whatever you want to call that. Poor Nishiki never actually made it. We're only 2 levels behind Phoebe now. By the way, this is the last dungeon we have her for. I mean, technically we have her for one more thing, but she's gonna leave after this dungeon, effectively. But yeah, as much as Valvedrix is probably gonna make fun of me for validating the fact that this game sucks, and I've always said this game sucks, it is not a good game. But the reality is that this game, despite being so short, really does wear out its welcome pretty quickly. The number of enemy encounters could easily be halved, and it would improve the overall progression. All they'd have to do is smooth out the leveling curve a little bit. Not that much, even. Halve the number of enemies, double the number of experience gain, and that would probably improve the game by itself. Especially since the whole point is to try and get people into these games, and not push them away from them. I actually know at least 2 people personally who will play through this game while doing other things. And yeah, the walk speed is just do-do-do-do-do. Boom, boom, boom. I'd say that's why most people jump, but I think we just jump because we jump. I mean, it's jumping. Must jump. Also, I hope you're not tired of that sound effect, because you're going to be hearing a lot of it. Not the healing one, the bomb sound effect. Yeah, by the way, today is a good day to ask me about stuff. Come. This is, for once, a game that does not require a lot of my brain or attention. Ooh, hey, we might about to be about to die. We so might be about to die that I'm actually gonna just bail on that fight. That's not much better. Keeps frickin' doing that. Could I ask someone to Google that, please? Well, we've got nothing else going on, really. I'd Google it myself, but that would be hard to do while still playing the game, even in this case. Why would he enlist in something he doesn't like, Gum Gum? That he wishes to get away from. Oh yeah, so this is pretty much the gimmick of this place. You can fall from this area that we're in right here. So I am playing SNES 9X 1.57, which is almost the most up-to-date version of SNES 9X that exists. Every now and again, the frame rate goes from a full 60 to less than 60. It's like in the 50s range. And it's been doing that on every game, and it's been doing that for a couple months now, and I have no idea why. Now, to add more information to the pile, every time... I don't like that. I don't mean interpersonal politics, but no is the answer to your question. Every time I save state and then load state, it fixes itself. Like, if I have that issue, I just have to do this, and then bam, the issue's fixed. It's really weird. It also doesn't do that on another version of SNES 9X I have, but capturing that is a little bit different. I didn't feel like that this morning. I mean, if it's an option, or a toggle, or Phoebe just got petrified, you know, it's... anything. By the way, it's possible to jump across these. It almost requires frame-perfect timing, so we're not even going to try. I think it's like 3 frames we have to make that jump, something like that. It's really tight window. And if you fail, you fall, and you lose minutes. If you succeed, you gain a few seconds. Suiciding eye stalks. Because sometimes they just want to kill you. Sorry, I'm being overly cautious here. Because falling here really does suck. Good morning, S.A. Ross. Welcome to the best SNES RPG. Luffy is 0. It's a new issue, too. That's what really weirds me out. It feels... okay, this is just my troubleshooting brain here, but it feels like I have a toggle wrong somewhere. What I don't understand is why it's only... now happening intermittently. Damn it, Breakwin. I just... okay. I am playing... this is the 3rd time I've said this now. This is SNES 9X 1.57. Periodically, what will happen is the game will stop being 60 frames a second, noticeably. And we'll go back down to like 50-something. And I don't know why. And the fix is to save state and then immediately load state, which fixes it for some reason. I don't know if I agree with that, S.A. Ross. Most people I know think this game is, you know, some of the best music in the era. I don't know if it's the best, but no, there's some really good music in here. We're not actually there yet. So far, I would probably give this game A positive for music. Town, different dungeons, combat, and boss are the ones we've encountered so far. And there's some good stuff there. After all, I didn't give a plus to Yakuza Kiwami for music. Nor do I plan to. Hang on. I think I know where that option is. Hang on, let's grab a save state just in case I screw things up here. Hang on, tech issues, maybe. What do we got here? Well, we could try doing that. There's a lot of options I could mess with. Oh, here we go, shaders. I do not have any shaders on, no. I'm not sure I have any shaders, period, actually. get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. Just looking at options, things I can change here that might fix it. No, let's not mess with that right now. Yeez, maybe Plutonia? But yeah, no, none is the answer. Maybe it's because we're... that might be it. Let's do that. Let's reduce the game to 60 FPS, see if that helps. So now we have a new weapon, and we'll stop hearing the bomb noise constantly. We'll be hearing that instead for a while. Don't worry, we'll only have that until we get the bombs next. Actually, will be our next weapon upgrade. So I still haven't died, which I'm saying deliberately to kind of curse me here. There's a legitimately good chance that we will actually die on the next boss. It's usually the first time that people find the game difficult, not counting the early stuff. Although this is still technically early stuff, because we're only halfway through the game. Two-fifths of the way through the game. I was talking too much earlier. Hit! God, thank you. Mischance, I swear. This is it. This is the death. Here it comes. Yeah, we lived. I'll say, yeah, one wrong move would have caused that a death right there. But we're okay. We're okay. We're okay. Ah! Down. There we go. You may or may not notice that the boss is right there. Fine, we'll go talk to him. That's not actually the boss fight. You literally can just completely skip talking to him there. You don't have to talk to him at all. I think there's an encounter. Nope, there isn't. Oh, crap. Mwahaha! I'm enjoying our little game. I hope you enjoy that. That's about as much characterization as the enemies get in this game. There's also a big plot twist at the end. See if you can guess it before we get there. If that was true, Lonely Dambo. I hate it's all just a dream stuff. For reasons I've discussed many times on my show. You'll never make it, Magister. Would you guys stop? What the hell? Oh, I'm sorry, Nithrius. I'm having fun. I mean, there's gonna be negatives. Of course there are, as Mystic Quest. But I am enjoying myself for the most part. Just wish I would allow myself to fast forward through certain sections of this game. So, time for the actual boss. How many people are predicting at least one death? Other than me, obviously. It's a decent chance. Oh yeah, by the way, seeds restore all mana. So that's neat. You think you're a knight, huh? Take this! And that's it. That's all his lines in the entire game. I'm gonna shut up because this is this music. So, Big Boss 2 of 5. One of the things that most amuses me about this guy's vulnerability, like how his health goes down, is his hand is always in the same place, because that's where he casts from. So pay attention to his right hand as he slowly dies. So that might be game right there. Pure RNG might actually kill me right here. Depends if I go first or if he goes first. Okay. Okay-ish. Nope, we actually died. There you go. We died. To pure RNG. That was in the last phase, too. So, this is a feature I've been waiting until we died to talk about. You can just say no. Start the fight over. This is interesting because I've heard people complain about this, but honestly, this feels more like a quality of life feature than anything else, because it's just start the fight over. Now, it's worth noting that it's possible to basically screw yourself over with this, because it puts you back to the status you were at the beginning of the fight with only one change. If it was a sneak attack or a crit attack or whatever, that's different. But if if you walk into a fight with Benjamin and Phoebe at 1 health, then when you start over, you're still at 1 health. It just resets you to the encounter. So, yeah, it's possible to make an unwinnable battle happen if you walk into it the right way. I should probably write that down in the quality of life features we've been adding here. But yeah, that was some straight-up XCOM RNG. He attacked before I had a chance to heal, which killed me. Then he attacked with a mega hit, which killed me, which hit me for more health than I have, which killed me, and that was game. That was the end of that. That is how that works. That's the RNG of this game. A huge amount of enemies, pretty much from this point onwards, will have a chance to just straight-up kill me, and there's literally nothing I can do about it. Like, he just hit for 800. That's just that. I don't have a heal. Or a res, excuse me. So, this is probably death number 2. Yep. If Probably worth noting that I'm only missing 2 items, or excuse me, 1 item that I shouldn't have. I don't think it will, honestly. I think we're kind of set in stone right now. The RNG is crap. It's a little too sloggy. The music's good. The music's great. It's amusing. Humorous tone, and that's the game. The only thing I'm not sure about is how the quality of life features is going to even out in the end. Because there's quite a few of them, but I don't know how. Like, we have to decide how many positives all the quality of life features end up being, because it could be just 1. I don't know. We'll see when we get there. I'm not sure of any quality of life features that I haven't already mentioned, other than the teleport thing. That's like it. And yeah, there's no more interesting dungeons either. We've passed the interesting dungeon, singular. We might get a negative for the tower and for the volcano, because those are always the parts of this game that make me go, ugh, every time I play it. Although I tend to forget the tree half the time. Like, I just forget the tree even exists. Hi, Mighty Mage. Yeah, the volcano's a huge maze, and also it's kind of boring, because it's just enemy encounter upon enemy encounter upon enemy encounter. Relentlessly in your face enemy smashy. So that's why I healed with both characters, even though that might have wasted mana, because I actually figured he would either stun or kill one of my party members. It's about as tacticky as this game gets, so I hope you enjoyed that. That attack is just the worst, that one right there. And that might be game. No, she lived. But that's not going to be enough to kill him. Get up. Die. She's dead. So this is probably going to be death number 3. Unless he can kill him in, I'd say 2 act. Nope, that's death. So, death number 3. It's worth noting there really isn't much else I can do here. There are, again, a few encounters I missed, so I might be 1 level shorter than I should be. If I really went out of my way to grind, I might be 2 levels shorter than I could be. But even that's kind of iffy, honestly. And again, if you're paying attention, it really is purely down to the RNG. What he decides to do and when determines how difficult this is. By the way, all the big bosses are like this. And like I said, many of the trash encounters and regular bosses will be like this from this point onwards. Just, no, I decided to kill you. Like, imagine if you're playing a game and you have access to the kill enemy instantly button. And you can't use it of your own volition, but you might occasionally just decide to use it. That's kind of how that works. Yep, no, I've got it. You can roll a dice. Every time the dice lands on a 20, you can just instantly kill the enemy. Except in this case, it's more like 8. D8, you know. Hi, Kimmick. Yeah, RNG and the slog are the 2 big flaws of this game. If this game was shorter, and I mean, we can stop there. But if we could smooth out the RNG range, yeah, this game would be a lot better received. I honestly think. So that's great. So she's dead. So that's probably death number 4. Yep, because he just starts doing this attack in this phase, and we're dead. Watching my show, Dragon. I'll put that towards MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries. That's the wrong document for that. I also legitimately think they kind of screwed up on the boss design here. So you notice the thing that keeps consistently killing me is his AoE Blizzard attack that heals him. So what that does is it does roughly 600 damage distributed. What I mean by that is it will hit each of you for about 300, or it will hit one person for a little over 600. That's the problem. Her health is locked at 680, so it will just straight up kill her if she's the only target. Our health can get up to 680 if we got 2 more levels, which would mean it would straight up kill us, even if we grinded out 2 more levels. So you have to have both party members alive, or that's game. And of course, he heals for, I think, half the damage he does, and he does it more often the further into the fight you are. If Flamorous Rex has several other bullcrap things he can do, we got really good luck with the Flamorous Rex fight. Got this attack. Ooh! And yeah, that might actually be game, depending on what happens here. Yep, we're dead, because he just did it twice in a row. And that's game. Death 5. I'm not even upset, I knew this was coming. Yeah, he can unmelt himself because he's healing from it. It's funny to think about. Nah. So that was a gamble, but whatever. The problem is we can't even try to auto-A through it. And we're death 6. We could try to auto-A it a little bit, I guess, but... There's no tanking Brusov. It doesn't work that way. And he just killed Benjamin. In one shot. That's a good point. I should take a drink every death. So, 6, I think? Oh, wait, 5 deaths or 6? I've lost track. Exactly, Ventures. There, 6 drinks. So we're going to try and exploit the Dragon Quest cheating AI, see if that'll help us a little bit. That did not help us, so that's death 7. It's guaranteed death 7. Let's take a drink now. Alright. I think this is a good song, otherwise this would be a little aggravating. By the way, my general average for deaths on this fight is 10. He loves to do that. If he crits on any attack, he one-shots someone. And again, remember, she can't level, or get armor, or gear, or anything. She is locked. So he will just straight up kill her. Regardless, if he crits, or if she's the only target. Get up, Phoebe. Sleeping on the job. No wonder we're dying. And... oh, she lived. Holy crap. Okay, she's dead. So that's death 8. She's probably wondering why I didn't have him cure. Oh my god. It's because there was no reason to. She was far more statistically likely to go before him. And if she didn't, then she was probably dead. I've lost track. Whoops! She's not on auto. I mean, that actually wasn't wasted, but that was completely on accident. I will freely admit that. Now she's doing weird things. I have no idea what she's doing at this point. I think her AI is broken. Can I get better ice resistance? There is no such thing. Well, actually, that's not true. But no is the answer to your question. Hi, Platty. You know, what's funny? I don't know if there's cheats for this game. Like, I'm sure there are. It's a SNES game, but I've never looked. And instant kill. Like you do. I was gonna instant kill her. Oh, no, he didn't. But he's gonna heal. Yeah, let's spend a round healing. I was really hoping he would attack before we healed. So, you know, he'd be capped off. But that's whatever. So we haven't even seen his final form for a while. He just keeps killing us. And insta-kill. And insta-kill. Before I can even move. We're out of water pretty soon here. Okay. I've completely lost count. I'm just trying to take a drink every time it happens. Well, you see, he has the crystal of I don't know, Rousseau. This golem is, like, super strong, you know. I will admit, like I said, 10-ish deaths on average on this fight are pretty norm for me, really. But, I will freely admit, if we go past that, I mean, we've been getting some pretty bad RNG. The death we just had was him deciding to kill all of us. Him deciding to kill Benjamin in one shot. And then before Phoebe could take an attack, him deciding to kill Phoebe in one shot. That's literally nothing you can do about that situation. Why did you do that, Phoebe? I'll do it. Hey, and we're dead. Oh, not quite. It just, I mean, I'm kind of not, Arcus. Oh no, this is definitely my favorite Melkor. There's a few I don't like Pazuzu, that's just weird, you know? Why? Why would you go first? Why would you go first? What is wrong with you? Ugh! I don't like the twin-headed Hydra, and I don't like Pazuzu, so... He's actually pretty close at this point. He does not have much health. I'd say maybe 1,000 tops, 1,200 now. Oh, Pazuzu's a terrible boss. Holy crap. Crit? Okay. Why would you do... Fine, we're gonna take you off auto. It's trying to exploit the system. It's clearly not working. Use fire! Why did you have to say that, Melkor Blade? Oh my god. I was gonna say, if this doesn't do it, I am dead. He has a pretty much guaranteed chance to kill Phoebe if she's by herself. What was it, 9? It's below average. The crystal! I'll go back to Aquaria and see if the ice melted. Don't forget to see Grandpa. Bye! And she leaves the party immediately. Hey, the rip coin. Save. There's actually another piece of treasure we could get here, but it's not super worth it, especially since we just lost her, so... Let's just get out of here. There are plenty of enemies but as long as I go down to the same path, yeah, this is just a walkout. That doesn't seem right. Ugh! Hang on. I'd laugh if the boss was still there, like, hey, what's up? No, you get X from when you're dead, so. So there's definitely encounters here. This might suck a little. That is just how that is. That is just going to be our life for a bit here. Managed to not be paralyzed, we're fine. Okay, we didn't get paralyzed. We can still get petrified. The birds can petrify us. While I'm here. So that's 2 enemies that can status affect us to hell. I wonder. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's a little better. Slightly better RNG there. I'm so confused. That doesn't surprise me, period. I am still happy for you, comma. I'm even happier that you stopped gambling after you won! Exclamation mark. Oh, someone asked about the Mass Effect thing. Take a drink. Oh, there's still water here. Now there isn't. Ugh. Noble armor. Now, this is going to be funny. You ready for this? Noble armor defends against water damage. This was the thing I mentioned earlier, that there was one thing I could do to improve my chances in that boss fight. It was still killed Phoebe in one shot, but, you know, at least it wouldn't have killed Benjamin in one shot. It's okay, we're out now. We're done. We are done with this dungeon. Yep, we're not going to hear the ice music ever again, I think. I hope you guys are looking forward to the fire music. Several people listed as their favorite song in this game. I don't, but, you know, it's probably in the top 8-ish somewhere. Also, very soon we won't have to walk out of dungeons anymore. At least I think so. We'll get there. We'll get there. So, yay, it's restored. It looks a lot easier on the eyes. Hey! Moving back to normal here. Thanks to you, I'm well. You're welcome. Do you have any, like, super amazing quest items you can give me? Hey, Phoebe. Thanks, have you met Grandpa? He's in the tunnel under the house. Aw, no I haven't. We should go talk to this amazing grandfather. Oh, right. Down the waterfall, you actually can't. What do you think this is, FF4? So, this place is kind of strange. It's large for no reason. There are no encounters in here. And we've already talked about the walk speed. I really do feel like some of the design of this place was, well, other RPGs do this, so we should do it too. You know, what I usually call artifact game design. I mean, I'm not saying every area has to be some amazing thing, but it's just kind of weird, you know? This is a great song, but that's not here nor there. Hey, Spencer. The ice melted. How did that happen? Phoebe and I restored the Crystal of Water's light. Then you're the knight in the prophecy. The shield has found its owner. A shield used by a knight in days gone by. Mac found it. Get Mac. Get Mac. I've heard that name before. Yeah, like 4 times. He's probably the closest thing to a regular NPC in this game, and we don't even meet him until the 4th chapter. For years, Mac's been studying a prophecy. On his way back from doing some research, the lake dried up and his ship ended up on a rock ledge. That's no problem. That's right, his ship is beached, but it's okay. All we have to do is restore the water and he'll be fine. If we dig from here, we'll be able to reach the ship. Anyway, here's a key. The shield is hidden in the focus tower. By the way, Fireburg's been having earthquakes lately. You see what I mean by just that's how you go from point A to point B? Hey, did you know that this other town has issues? You should go to other town. Okay. I guess based on that evidence, I will go to other town. Absolutely, Mr. Ed. I have never played an RPG other than this game. Truth be told, I don't think... No, I don't know anybody who ever got into RPGs with this game. There might be someone, I have no idea, but I don't know anybody personally who did. Yeah, the graphics bounce back and forth between being plain and, you know, honestly kind of boring and acceptable. Now we have the coin. We are not doing these battlefields yet, even though one of them, I forget which if I'm being honest, is incredibly important. That's that time. One of the weird things about this game is a lot of the music has a military tone to it, a very drum beat, very dum-dum. That's a recurring trend, by the way. That's going to be true in several future sections as well. Shield. Shield gives us resistance to, I think that's paralyze? By resistance, I mean immunity. Yeah, exactly, Malcor Blade. There's another one later, which is one of my favorite songs in the game, which is very military. Some awful news made Captain Mac race away from his home. Anyway, seek Reuben and Firebug. Say, what's this statue for? Bye! I love that there's just clouds in our way from preventing us from going north. We could just go straight to the third dungeon if we could, but nope. Clouds. Remember to get the bombs. Very important. Hey, good bar. Water coin. I forgot to get that chest, didn't I? Oh my god. I'll get that in a minute. I'm gonna be coming back through here anyways. By virtue of the fact that there's like 20 chests in the entire game, actual chests, you should generally get every single chest in the game. So, welcome to the Fireberg, aka shakes every time you move on the overworld. So, we're gonna get a couple save states for no reason, and a real save. 3. So, I think this is it. Yep, this is the most important vendor in the entire game. This guy sells seeds. Remember, seeds restore all your magic. And you can stretch your magic out quite a bit. So this is the point at which the game decreases in difficulty substantially, because you basically have infinite magic from now on. Let's see, how many seeds do we have? 7? Alright. Hey, we solved the wake water, too. I think I'm gonna buy, 0 seeds. Okay. Right. Got the wrong address. Or... No, it must be 5. Okay, that's what I'm screwing up. There we go. Now we have 0 seeds. We bought 0 seeds. God, I forgot we had to get rid of the seeds first. That was my big mistake. Anyways. Which now I've completely ruined my joke. Whatever. We have 0 seeds. That's exactly what we want. The proportion lighting. I think I actually staggered my inventory a little bit wrong, and that's part of why this isn't going exactly how it should, because I may or may not be messing with the memory addresses. I do apologize. Oh, right, duh. Okay, here we go. So, now we have 3 sky coins, which is the coin we get for doing Pazuzu's Tower. Now that doesn't actually help us all that much. But if you're paying attention to this, you'll notice we have no cure potions. You'll also notice that all of this down here, all of this is key item territory. What that means is the game only actually has 4 addresses where it can put actual inventory items. You know, the heal potions, the refreshers, the cure potions, and the seeds. So what happens if we were to buy a seed? Let's grab a save state. And we're going to buy exactly 19 seeds. What that does is it changes the address, whoops, of our entire inventory by a factor of 19. You'll notice we've lost several of our key items, and gained a few, including the Sun Coin and the Sky Coin. We just beat the 3rd dungeon and the 4th dungeon. And then we could go and effectively beat the game right now. We're not going to, obviously. I just wanted to show this off. At least once. This is the speedrun route right here. I point that out because that means I'm not 100% sure. I actually need to reload before we did that. Hang on. There we go. So yeah, we're not actually going to do that. Even though that having 99 seeds is nice, we can get those legitimately. Well, let me just go into this door over here. It's locked! No! How about some explosives? The volcano seemed odd, so my husband Arian climbed it with his friend, but his buddy freaked out, ran home, and locked himself in. A boulder's keeping us from saving Arian. Really efficient exposition here, I'll tell you what. You're Ruben, huh? Have you heard about the Crystal of Fire? I can't deal with that right now, I gotta help Dad. Why don't you let me help you? He's stuck behind a boulder. There'd be no problem if we had a mega grenade, but only Dad's friend can use them. Where's the guy's house? In this town, but he shut himself in. We'll pay him a visit anyways, come on. Best party member, right here. Hits like a truck. Still has life magic. That's it, but he's still cool. He's my favorite party member. Let's go ahead and watch the show a little bit. Nice to see you again, kid. Yeah. And yes, that is Tristram. The other recurring NPC, excuse me. Ugh. What's up? We went to the house in the pit, but the guy wouldn't let us in. You want in? Well, take this. Here's a key that opens every door in the game. There's only one locked door, though. Yeah, most quest items only have one use in this game, by the way. And it's usually for the one quest, and then you're done and you move on. Alright, dude. I ran when I saw the monsters in the volcano. A huge boulder fell in trapped Aryan. Only a mega grenade can free him. Now, this is the only guy in the world who knows how to use mega grenades, okay? How do you use mega grenades? Just throw it! Go through the abandoned mine to reach the boulder. And yes, that does mean that once again, the bombs are our best weapon. The funny thing is, though, this is the final bomb upgrade. Whereas we will have another axe upgrade and another sword upgrade, and 2 more claw upgrades after this. There are tons of monsters in the mine up north. Yeah, you have no idea. Speaking of... Sorry, I forgot. There's actually 2 more axe upgrades. I actually forgot about this one. So we now have an axe. And mega grenades! Yeah, I noticed, comma. I figured it wasn't for me considering you sent it at midnight my time, period. Enjoy breakfast! Exclamation mark. Okay. Let's get out. Oh, wait. I do actually want to do one more thing over here. Not about the axe, because I knew there was something to buy here. I thought it was something else. I would like to buy seeds. We are now probably good for magic for the entire game. Which, as usual, is the point. A mask lets you see monsters. Oh yeah, by the way, remember how you needed to get to mirror to see the enemy encounters? Well, we're going to see that again in a minute here. But we do need to go get something first. It's actually pretty important. So we're going to go backtrack a little bit. And this would be a good time to read donations. $15 from Germany says, greetings from Switzerland. Wait. Yep, pay attention, Mark. So I'm debating if, as weird as this may sound, I'm debating if I should take a lunch break today or not. I probably should. There's actually a chance we won't beat this game today. But with Ruben and me, we're going to absolutely trash some battlefields here. We're going to go and do that really quick. Well, no, we are effectively over halfway through the game right now. The catch is the fact that there are 2 aggravating dungeons coming up, and in addition to those 2, there's also another dungeon coming up, which is long. So we'll see. Ding. Yeah, there's also plenty of RNG for being screwed over. I guarantee you we're gonna die at least a few more times. And there's the best spell in the entire game. Now, the exit spell, well, we'll talk about I guess we could just talk about it now, because it's not like anything else going on right now. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out something here. The exit spell instantly kills an enemy. Just erases them. It's kind of like X Zone in a lot of other Final Fantasies. It is pretty much the only reason the speedrun route is possible, especially given the fact that we, do the glitch I showed off earlier, which means you skip the entirety of the fire section. Like, in its entirety. The reason I mention that, though, there is kind of a caveat. The exit spell does not give you the experience from the enemy you killed, just like X Zone usually does. Nothing indicates that, by the way. Which is a little weird in its own right. It does mean if you really want to be underleveled, though, it's quite easy to do so. No bet, Malcor. No bet. There's a decent chance, so anytime we fight the petrifying status effect guys, we have a pretty good chance of just instantly dying. I anticipate it'll take us a few attempts on the twin-headed Hydra, and it'll probably take us a few attempts on Pazuzu. That'll probably be it, though. We are technically over the hump in terms of difficulty, it's just there's still some aggravation up ahead. Like I said, the game gets easier as it goes on. It starts out much harder. And I'm bothering to kill stuff. By the way, this would be a great time for AMA, if anybody has any questions about anything. Just anything. Please, God, have some questions. You guys were rapid-firing them on Polemic Day. Surely you can come up with something. Actually need that spell, but, whatever. See you around, SJ. What's the real meaning of Christmas? I suppose that would be up to you. I prefer to think of Christmas as an excuse to be able to wish people well and to give people gifts. But that's just for me. Hello, Dalton James. The cheapest good suits? London Fog. I mean, they're not that cheap. Those are $100 suits. Hundreds of dollar suits. But they're good. And actually good suits usually go in the 4-digit range. Like, if I was to get a custom-tailored suit, a bespoke suit, I believe is the term, that would probably be in the couple thousand range. Probably not Zack Taft. I'd probably reserve those for a specific map or two. Special pseudo-gimmick kind of a thing. So if I was to explain the superhuman stuff of Yakuza... Hey, Nova Knight, someone mentioned it. Take a drink. We have, what, 3 take-a-drink things right now? Anyways. If we had to explain away the Yakuza superhuman stuff... Okay, so I'm going to borrow a little bit from Undertale here, but I like the idea that everyone in the Yakuza universe isn't actually made of matter in the strictest sense. They're made of something else, magic, energy, whatever you want to call it. Maybe they're literally holograms. But the point is, You know, if I was to, you know, stab you in the face, it wouldn't do much because, you know, it's just energy against other energy. It doesn't actually cause any real damage. Now, the catch is, you have to mentally maintain your sense of self. So if I was to beat the crap out of you, you would still have the crap beaten out of you because of the fact that, you know, you think I just beat the crap out of you. This is one of the reasons why people can die in Universe and people can have the crap beaten out of them and get tired and winded. But not always. That would also explain why people can literally keep going via, for lack of a better word, determination. Because they mentally don't think they're done, so they're not. That would also explain why you could fight the same guy 3 times in a row and he's just fine. As you can see, Ruben is really speeding this up. What he's good at. He's also a little bit higher level than us, but you probably noticed that. That's because he's... well... most of the characters, the guest characters, the guest party members, they join and then they leave and then they join and then they leave, with one exception. In other words, they're in the party multiple times. Each time they get a boost in their levels and abilities and experience and equipment and blah 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 blah. Ruben doesn't. He's only in the party once. So, that is the only Ruben we'll ever have, Mr. Level 23. He's kind of carrying us right now. That will stop being true in about 3 dungeons. Ooh, do I still have that up? Yeah, Ruben's awesome. I do. There it is. AMA. We'll put up the AMA thing. Yeah, Ruben's the... he wields a frickin' flail. Morningstar kind of a deal. I love the sound of it too. On the plus side, we never have to hit an N ever again because we have infinite magic. Well, the next best thing to infinite magic. We have an overwhelming pool of magic, might be a better way to put that. Yeah, I think I should break for lunch. If nothing else, I'm starting to get kind of pained. In pain, whatever you want to call that. Please, someone ask me a question. God, do I have no viewers other than Risav and Gum Gum? Anybody? How would I fit this with the other FF games? You can actually ask me extant stuff, Chico, since you're actually familiar with that enough to do so. How would I fit this in the other FF series? Oh yeah, by the way, trees are weak to axe damage, and the mace is axe damage, so... yes, Gum Gum. How would I fit this in the other FFs? Favorite class build to play in D&D? Fighter. Human. I don't like most of the races, so I just kind of tend to pick human. And I like fighter because the whole point of fighter is it's the customize your class. That's the entire shtick. How would I fit this in the other FFs? Are we fitting it in all the other FFs, or just one specific other FF? If I could port one character from FF6 into Mystic Quest, who would it be? I'm thinking Edgar. How would I remake Mystic Quest? Now that's a good question. So first I'd look at, oh god, what's it called? WOL is the acronym, and I can't think of the name of the damn game. Oh my god. No, it's WF, isn't it? World of Final Fantasy. That's it. World of Final Fantasy. So I've said before that World of Final Fantasy is kind of like Mystic Quest 2. I did good bar. I'm not sure what to make of that, but I did see it. Oh yeah, the only spell Ruben has is life, by the way. That actually is. Anyways. So, now I don't want to just turn this game into World of Final Fantasy, because that's just a mess. But actually add voice acting, actually add a story, make a legitimate plot that isn't, this. Flesh out the characters and make them actual characters. Basically make there be a story and make that story good is step one. Step two, gameplay-wise, I'm kind of okay with it continuing to be 2D, but let's go ahead and push it up to 3D. Have it be your typical style. 3D kind of top-down camera thing. F7R1, whatever you want to call that. Keep the enemy encounters are visible thing, rather than, just having random encounters. Keep the enemy encounters are avoidable thing, because that's an awesome feature. Probably keep most of the quality of life features, probably add a few. Dungeon design, I would focus way more on the puzzle aspect of things. I kind of already mentioned that. We had one legitimately good dungeon, but it was kind of a bare-bones thing. Do a lot more with that, right? Really sit down and Zelda it up, or Lufia it up if you prefer, with all the dungeon design. So make it so that each dungeon has something other than here's a bunch of enemies. Oh yeah, and consequently, reduce the number of encounters that are mandatory by a huge margin. More puzzles, less encounters, probably more gimmicks. I would keep the you can use different weapons to do different things when roaming around gimmick. I'm kind of with that. Translating that into 3D would be relatively easy to do, so I don't think that's a huge issue. Keep the music. Maybe do remixes of the music, but keep the option to play the original soundtrack, for God's sakes. So let's see. I'm not sure I'd change anything else. Because again, the whole point of this is to be kind of an intro RPG. And, no real customization with regards to your character build is fine. It's a little boring, but it's fine. We don't really need to add character customization. We could add some kind of character customization. I'm not sure what we would do with that, though. Ugh. Long and arduous process is the answer to your question, Shikor. They were already kind of leaning that way because they're a fairly technologically advanced society, which had a reasonable number of mages within their society, so they kind of had a leg up on the space race. Frankly, if not for humanity, they would have gotten to space first. And as I said before, if not for humanity and the Azimdi, they would have won. Okay, here's what I'm thinking. Hey, Max Bass. Actually, no, but hi. If I was to add character customization to this, what I'd do is I'd stab Sonic Doctor over and over and over again. And all of those are healing stabs. And so what they do is not only do they heal you, but they leave a scent, which is, it's something that you enjoy, like a bakery or coffee, something like that. And then they just each stab spawns a donut that you can eat. So Sonic Doctor suddenly has like 8, 9 donuts just sit in front of there with a nice scent of coffee, and he feels great because all his pains and aches have all been taken care of. So that's sort of the idea. Thank you for the sub, Sonic Doctor, very, very much. If you know where you want to put that, please let me know. It's a great dagger, Pitkus. I love this thing. That's why I keep stabbing people with it. So here's what I think I would do. Dealer's choice. You got it. I'm not even gonna ask. What I would do is I would have there be what are effectively talent trees. And I'm not sure how you would get talent points. I'd have to think about that. There's a lot of options there. But each tree would be one of the methods of gameplay that you have as Benjamin. I think I would keep the guest party members guest party members. I think I would just leave them as is. No levels, no customization, no nothing. It's just, that's what they are. But I like the idea of being able to, for example, level axe, or level claw, or level bomb, or level sword, right? And then probably white magic, black magic, wizard magic. And so those would be your options. And there would be a talent tree for each of those. What I'm not sure of is how you would get those points. Oh, absolutely, Shikor. That is the intent. Listen, it's okay, Sonic Doctor. I'll just starve. I don't need food. Actually, I technically don't need food. I could just die, but that's getting into definitions of need. Let's not go down that route. Anyways. You need to know, where are my packages? Especially since it may or may not still be raining. I like the idea of adding companion quests. I wouldn't probably add too many side quests. Again, the whole point is for this to be kind of an intro JRPG, and it is still supposed to be relatively short. But I like the idea of adding a companion quest per character. So we'd have one for Kylie. Kylie? One for Phoebe. Maybe two for Phoebe. One for Ruben, and one for Tristram. Bits do help, Rizov. Oh my gosh, excuse me. Never gotten that notification before. Please make sure to not get close to the delivery driver for their safety. Hey, Benjamin's dead. Well, this is the best Final Fantasy Sonic Doctor. I was thinking about that, Nithrius. The problem is, I mean, we could certainly rebalance the game around the idea of having a third-party member. I don't oppose that idea. But at the same time, we would have to completely rebalance the game around a third-party member. And also, it would kind of defeat the point of the whole guest thing. Like, the general idea is that we are the main character. Oh yeah, by the way, happy N7 Day. I actually forgot about that too. Happy N7 Day, guys. We are the main character, and they are the guest. And that's kind of the dynamic. And I'm okay with that. Especially if we add the side character quests. I remember this game more fondly than it is Sonic Doctor. Let's just be honest about it. Let's just go ahead and admit that. I need to look into that Mass Effect news and see if it's worth a damn. What do you want to bet it isn't? I mean, this game still has some surprisingly good elements to it, Sonic Doctor, but if I was to continue to use food analogies like I like to do, this is like having a buffet, right? And you sit down at the buffet, and in order to be capable of, like, you have to go through the buffet in order for this analogy to work, so hear me out for a second. And there's just bread. It's not particularly bad bread, there's just tons of it. Tons and tons and tons of plain, ordinary bread. And then, like, there's, like, a few individual sweets, and there's this nice little, like, there's this really well-cooked steak, but it's, like, this big. It's, like, one cutlet of a steak, or one cube of a steak. And over there, you've got one piece of sushi. And over there, you've got, you know, one really nice drink. And so there's some really good, legitimately good stuff here, but it's too small in the ratio of how much just bread there is in this game. And that's probably the biggest problem with this game in a nutshell. IMO. There's some good stuff in this game, and in fact, honestly, the finale of this game is legit. But we've pretty much already hit the point at which the game starts to drag. We're already there right now. Yeah, the final boss and the final dungeon are quite good. And the lead up to it is amazing. Okay, so now we're doing the mine dungeon. I want to go this way first. By the end of the volcano, we might have the same HP Ruben has. Maybe. Other quests in this game. I mean... There's the Go Defeat Enemies quest. Does that count? This is the weirdest room in the game. There's just waves of enemies in the way of 2 minor chests. No. I'm sorry, Sonic Doctor. I apologize. There's only the Mystic quest. Wow. You guys are killing me. One way. So that gimmick could have been some really cool puzzle design, and you get the idea that they wanted to do more with that. But that's it. That's kind of the extent of that gimmick. It's just a one-way door, is what it really boils down to. God, mummies. And BioWare's made some amazing games in the last. When did Inquisition come out? I feel like it's been a while, but it actually kind of hasn't been. 2014. In the last 6 years, BioWare has made so many amazing games. Just some of the best, really. Hi, Death Eagle. Right now we're going through, well, we're slogging through Mystic Quest. If I'm being honest, and I was thinking about this a bit ago, because I want to be nice and fair, even though I do enjoy this game. I think it's probably only going to be 1 negative for the slog in this game, but we will see. And the reason for that is because this is a relatively short game. Despite the fact that it slogs, which is just hysterical when you think about it. I'm sorry, I'll be right back. Enjoy the music. Death Eagle. I stopped enjoying multiplayer competitive stuff, like in the late 90s, thereabouts. Somewhere around Unreal Tournament and the original StarCraft. What's funny is I've heard several other games done by this composer. None of them have really been as good in terms of soundtrack as this one, in my opinion, obviously. In fact, let's look that up really quick, because I don't remember his name. Are there two? Well, there's one I'm thinking of. I don't know who that is. We're going to find out in just a second. That's right. Ryuji Sasai and Yasuhiro Kawakami. Mr. Sasai, I think, is the person I'm thinking of. I know he did Rudra no Hiho. Or Treasure of the Rudra, rather. Sorry. I guess that's kind of it. I mean, he did FFL 3, which is actually a pretty good soundtrack. And then a bunch of things I've never even heard of. And that's it. Yeah, I agree, Torchinator. Multiplayer co-op is awesome. I would have to sincerely think about a game that is not improved by the inclusion of multiplayer co-op. Proper co-op. I've never even heard of randomizers. What's a randomizer? Is that a thing where... Come on, help me be sarcastic. Guys, I'm failing at it. Is that a thing where you randomly eat different food while you're playing? There we go. Nailed it. What do I like better, Mystic Quest or 7th Saga? Well, I hate 7th Saga. So that should probably answer your question? No, Death Eagle. In fact, the last time I played GoldenEye would have been somewhere around the year 2000-ish. You know, back when it was new. It has been a while. Yeah, Divinity Original Sin, that's proper co-op right there. In a nutshell. Why do I hate 7th Saga? Because I've played it. Where do I even begin? Significant possibility of soft locking, total lack of explanation of game mechanics, absolutely terrible random encounter system, non-existent plot. Like, you think this game has a non-existent plot? No, no, no. What else? All over the place. Boss design, terrible power progression curve, terrible difficulty curve. Don't like the music, don't like the graphics. I think that's everything? I'm trying to think of what else there is about an RPG that exists. Look, I've beaten 7th Saga, okay? I have earned the right to spit on that game. No, thank you. I won't spit on it, because there might be someone in chat who likes it, and their opinion is totally valid. But... whew, no thank you for me. XCOM? No, I've never played an XCOM. I should stop being sarcastic, I'm sorry. Yes, I have played every modern XCOM game on stream. We usually name people after viewers. No, I have not, Nithrius. Correct, Sonic Doctor. There's no proper random encounters in this game, which is awesome. Because it means you can skip stuff. Now, I'm not, because I'm trying to make sure I stay ahead of the leveling curve, but, you know. Keep the questions coming, guys. It's really helping. I need something to engage my brain during the slog portion of the game. Which is where we are right now. How do you win without saves coming? I don't know how to answer that question. Oh, do I win without saves coming? So when we played through XCOM 2 with the DLC on, we did a pseudo Iron Man mode. What I mean by pseudo is we had to reload twice because of bugs. So we didn't actually have the Iron Man toggle on, but other than the toggle, we never actually reloaded. Or other than the 2 bugs, sorry, other than the 2 bugs, we never reloaded. We are over the halfway point at this way, Ross. We are in the first of 3 fire dungeons. Most anticipated game I want to play on the dealer's choice list? Oh, geez, I don't know. I haven't even looked at that list in a while. Have I ever considered a game I like enough to speedrun? I have speedrun the game I'm playing right now. I have speedrun Super Metroid. I have speedrun Mega Man 2. I have speedrun Mega Man X1. I was doing preliminary work for speedrunning most of the classic Mega Mans. I have speedrun Final Fantasy VI. I think that's it. I think that's the full list. By the way, I think the XCOM 2 playlist is on YouTube. Can someone confirm or deny that, please? If I was to proper remake Mass Effect, what would I do? Oh, jeez. First of all, I would remake it. I wouldn't remaster it. Let's just start with that. Whoops, didn't mean to do that. Thank you, Sonic Doctor, for checking. Yeah, War of the Chosen. That's right, Sonic Doctor. Damn good DLC. Really improved what was already an excellent game. Hugely recommend if you're even remotely into tactical games at all. Yes, S. A. Ross. Yes. I will admit, I haven't put pre-existing thought into how I would remake the Mass Effects. We are 5 hours in right now to give you a little bit of perspective, Death Eagle. You are probably misremembering. No insult intended, we actually talked about this earlier. Some people tend to misremember how short or long this game is. My speedrun record for this game is about 4 hours. It's like 4 hours and some change. That's really fast, and that's skipping 2/5 of the game. Give you a little bit of perspective on that. Anyways, Freelancer Games, Codex. Easy answer. I would immediately follow that by saying any strategy games, like RTS especially. I would disagree with that, Death Eagle, but I know this game pretty well, because I speedrun it, so... Speedrun it, past tense. A little bit of bias there, I'll admit it. Yeah, Outer Worlds is super short. It was, what, like a 32-hour game? Do I enjoy puzzle games? It's gonna be my answer to that one. I'm not really good at puzzle games, and so I generally don't enjoy puzzle games. How long did it take me to do the Chrono Trigger task? About 2 years. Now, that was off and on. So, yeah, keep that in mind. But off and on effort, every day, well, every week at the very least, for about 2 years. Probably the longest, longest project I've ever worked on. Boss time. Ooh, that's actually really good luck. But yeah, I like Zelda games, and I like Portal, but Portal's probably the closest thing to a puzzle game that I actually enjoy. Because I tend to not be into puzzles. I tend to be into puzzles. And I probably don't have to explain that. You probably do know what I mean by that. If someone walks up to me and says, alright, if someone left going 30 miles an hour at this thing, and you have to connect the dots in order to make sure that their path takes the same time as this other path, solve for why, I tend to not be into that kind of thing. And I also suck at it, so that's kind of relevant as well. If you have a puzzle where... a Zelda puzzle. Of course, I can't think of a specific Zelda puzzle off the top of my head because I'm an idiot, but if you give me a Zelda puzzle, then yeah, I'm into it. But Zelda puzzles really are a completely different approach to gameplay design than puzzles. Technically 99, but you stop gaining stats after level 40, Death Eagle. I mean, the crosscode puzzles were actually pretty enjoyable. But yeah, I did get a little old of those after a while. We're close enough to blow up the boulder. Dad, stand back. And hundreds of people are dead. I'm kidding. We did it! Ruben, I knew you'd save me. Please head home to bomb. Right, you two be careful. Benjamin, let's return to Fireberg. Well, okay. 1 of 3 down for fire. We might finish the second fire dungeon before we cut off for lunch. We'll probably not finish the third one. Third one's pretty big. Today's gonna be a short lunch, so I'm probably just gonna make a sandwich or something. Oh no, I'm gonna reheat a burger. That's what I'm gonna do. Short lunch. I try to make my lunches take as little time as possible to prep, so I can have most of my actual lunchtime to not be working on something. Some days I even lie down for like 20 minutes. Double wee. Really? Yeah, tomorrow is one of my favorite episodes. Oh yeah, by the way, nobody answered me on Discord, of course, but then again, Discord was being wonky earlier. Do you guys want the Streaminations tomorrow to be early or late? Because it's going to be one of the two. Maybe. I shouldn't say that so definitely. It's probably going to be one of the two. Do you have 10G for a cup of coffee? No, Death Eagle. This is on the SNES. Define early or late. 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or a lot later than that. I don't know how much later. It depends on how long that thing takes to build. You mean FFMQ, Sonic Doctor? No, this is well before that. The stream gap, or the streamability gap, is from somewhere from, somewhere about 2000-ish to about 2008-ish. Like, that's on the outer edge of both directions, but it's pretty much when 3D was getting started. It's actually mostly a PC problem, too. Especially now that I have a PS2, which I haven't tested yet. I do still need to make sure that thing works. I should probably do it sooner rather than later. I mean, they're both 2-frame animations, Nithrius, but I like both equally. On the plus side, the PC won't actually be done by then, Bregman. It'll just be 99% done. The whole point is I'm going to go ahead and build the sucker, except for the GPU, and then all I will need to do is slot in the GPU and I'm good to go. Because installing a GPU takes 30 seconds. But yes, I do not have another GPU. I could take out the 1080 from here and put in there, but I kind of don't want to do that. I'm not even sure there's a point in doing that. Some month I may actually get a GPU, but no. I could also just skip it and not do it this lore week. I figured this is a good lore week to do it because you know how many news items I have to talk about this lore week? When I say 0, I should clarify. Obviously, the Mass Effect news just happened. Supposedly, Loner, yes, I am in the queue. But yeah, we've got the Mass Effect news, which is not. Hey guys, they're making a Mass Effect remaster. And they're making a new Mass Effect game. There you go. There's the news. 10 seconds. I don't know, Nethrius. I got the AMD Ryzen 5950X. I like Mass Effect. When I replayed Mass Effect 1, I liked it more than I thought I would, because I remember Mass Effect 1 particularly not well. Mass Effect 2 I liked a little bit less than I remembered, so let's go figure on that one. I'm still not sure what I would do with a remake of the Mass Effect games, but I'm still thinking about that. I forget who asked it, forgive me, but I'm still thinking about it. Because the thing is, we will have... The problem is Mass Effect 1 and 2 have such fundamentally different game styles that we will have to decide, are we going to try and standardize across the 3 Mass Effects a gameplay style? Or are we just going to make Mass Effect 1 more RPG-y, make Mass Effect 2 more shooter-y, right? Everything's just... Scalpers is the short answer. Sonic.com. Scalpers. Disgusting, despicable human beings that are trying to rob the universe of joy in order to make a quick buck. Did you know they're actually selling... There are several new GPUs which are available for sale for double how much they actually should be sold for. Double the price. See, that's what I was thinking, Loner. Allow me to say this, and this might be a little bit of a controversial statement. But if I was to do a proper remake of Mass Effect 1 or 2 or 3, one thing I would keep, and probably expand upon, is the customization system of Mass Effect 3. I feel like Mass Effect 3 had the best overall character customization when it came to talents, abilities, etc. My opinion. You're probably wondering, why? Well, if you're wondering that, then you didn't watch my rumination on the 3 games that came out like last year, so that's fine. But allow me to answer you in brief. It's because Mass Effect 3 allowed you to actually have branching talent trees which were mutually exclusive and operated more as mutators than simple stats. The Crystal of Fire's in the Lava Dome. Oh, okay, thanks for that. Yeah, no, I think it's legitimately well designed in Mass Effect 3, and I completely forgot about it until I replayed it for the rumination. Like... It's basically the exact same system they use for the multiplayer in Mass Effect 3, which is also a great system, by the way. By the way, I would totally expand the co-op mob mode, or whatever it's called, of Mass Effect 3 into 1 and 2. I did too, Pitkiss. Asari Vanguard, I think, was my main one. Anyways... So that's the big thing. That's the thing right off the top of my head. You expand upon that. That the mutator, mutually exclusive choice, awesome. Just keep that going. That was awesome. See if we can beat this dungeon in 10 minutes. I sincerely doubt it. Oh yeah, I should shut up because some people consider this to be the best song in the game. So, things I would do. Let's add some actual bosses to Mass Effect 1. That was one of the things I liked that Mass Effect 2 added, you know? Actual boss fights. I'm fine with keeping the overall quest structure of Mass Effect 1. If anything, the only thing I would consider there would simply be adding more quests, but that would be like bonus material. That would be like late, you know, after we finished all the other remake stuff. Let's consider adding stuff, you know, that kind of thing. Maybe. I know, Melkor Blade, that would be awesome. Of course, I can think of another place where I would think of that too. Anyways, actual boss fights. Woo. I'd keep the Mako. What I would probably do is either reduce... Well, I would try to increase the quality of the planets you can explore with the Mako. And if I had to, reduce the number of planets you can go to with the Mako. In other words, make it so that, you know, we can accommodate the increase in quality. 10, Death Eagle. Dang. Still nowhere near his level. As for the ammo thing... I was thinking about that. A huge amount of it, S.A. Ross. It's got a good library, but those are the only two things I really care about. The library and the controllers. And Switch has great both, so... But yeah, exactly, Plutonia. That's what I'm thinking. So the oh, whoa! The ammo thing, the reason I'm so debating on that one is because the heat thing and the ammo thing are similar ideas in different expressions. One is ammo, you know, pretty easy to understand. The other is discouraging consistent fire, basically. You know, encouraging you to actually manage your bursting. Yes, we need to add a Breath of the Wild durability system. Mandatory. Someone kill Sonic Doctor before he infects the others! That being stated, I do think a manage heat system is more player choicey than an ammo system. So for that reason alone, I would lean towards making it that. In fact, frankly, I would probably go ahead and just do that for Mass Effect 2 and Mass Effect 3. Ditch the ammo entirely. Because the problem with ammo is ammo can work as a game mechanic, but ammo for guns usually doesn't. I can think of 2 games off the top of my head that make ammo for guns actually work, and both of them are Doom. And that really has to do with how they approach ammo generation more than the ammo itself. So let's go ahead and ditch the ammo. Easy choice. So we add bosses to 1, we ditch the ammo of 2 and 3. We use and expand the mutator leveling system of 3 into 1 and 2. Now here's a tricky one. Gear. Now, I'm fine with a huge variety of weapons that should shoot differently and have different spreads and have different bursts and have different special attacks and all of it. Yes, absolutely. We should totally have a variety of weapons. But armor? Armor as a gear thing, in my opinion, has always been a little bit boring when it comes to RPG design. It's fine, it's just, there's nothing really all that interesting about it, right? Yeah, exactly, Plutonia. It's like, well, here's this. It's okay. And if we could do something with the armor, as in actually custom design and craft some really creative stuff, sure, I'd be okay with that. If we couldn't, I'd rather just keep it cosmetic. I'm fine with cosmeticing it up. Don't sell the cosmetics as any form of DLC or microtransaction, by the way. Just have the cosmetics in the game. It's not that hard. It isn't. No, I haven't, Death Eagle, sorry. Yeah, we're getting rid of ammo. Sorry, Django. What are you doing here? You don't care about my streams in general, and you really don't care about JRPGs. I'm sorry, I should stop memeing about that. I apologize. I know you don't care about JRPGs, though, so I really don't know why you're here for this particular stream. The Mass Effect 3 endings change is so easy and obvious to presume that I probably shouldn't actually have to mention that. I mean, I've read the book, Death Eagle. And I am aware of the plot of the movie. Yeah, but yeah, I don't have to mention the Mass Effect 3 endings. I will say this, I would also change the Mass Effect 2 ending and the Mass Effect 1 ending, because they're all crap. I mean, that's the BioWare standard, is crap endings. I can name maybe 2 exceptions to that. They do not know how to do endings. That's been true since the frickin' Baldur's Gate era. If you want to count that. Whoop. Mispress. Alright, Django. Why do you want the ammo system in? And, more importantly, what would you do with it to make it actually interesting? I mean, I've never played Fortnite, so it's kind of hard for me to know how to play it. No, we are not Neverwinter Nights 2-ing Mass Effect 3. God dang it. So we moved. So we're using the boss fights from 2 and 3. We've moved the mutators from 3. We could do actually interesting stuff with the armor, or we could eject the armor entirely. We're getting rid of the ammo entirely. I'm just using the heat-based system. We're redesigning the planets to have actual design to them, so there's actually something interesting and fun to do on the planets with the Mako. I mean, preference is preference. If you just prefer ammo, that's fine, Django, but... I don't know, I personally think it's more... This is just my opinion. I think it's more interesting to have a system where it depends on the player managing something, rather than having a resource that they regenerate constantly and barely have to think about, you know? Now, we could change the ammo distribution, or ammo generation system. We could pull a Doom, and make there be something involved in the gameplay loop that does something with ammo that makes it more interesting. Oh, there will totally be sheer cliffs, and you will be able to drive up them. Absolutely. Yeah, we could do a kill gives ammo thing. We could do... I mean, that is the Doom method right there. Maybe... So one of the things I did like that Mass Effect 2 did is the different types of ammo modifiers. You know, flaming ammo, cryo ammo, stuff like that. We could expand upon that. Maybe make those limited use rather than just it's a buff that you have. Maybe we can make that the ammo entirely. So we just get rid of ammo, you know, to traditional ammo, but you have the ability to shoot 20 cryo shots, right? Something like that, you know. 20 is a completely made-up number. I have no idea how many you would actually do. That would also work along the idea of making the ammo sparser, because obviously there would be only very few of those. Already did that. That's not a bad idea. I like that. Let's do that. Let's do that. Yeah, that's what I usually do, Amber. Oh yeah, I mean, you're right. We could add to it. We don't just need fire and freeze and I forget what else. We could have stunning shots. We could have shots that specifically target armor. You know, shots that shred armor. We could have shots that temporarily remove shields. We could have shots that heal if we really want to go completely nuts with this. You know, we could pull a Star Wars on that. I think there's room for that. I think that's a good idea. So let's do that. Let's do that when we remake Mass Effect. When we totally do that. Let's make the companions worth a damn. Let's just add fricking gambits to the companion AI. Let's just do that. Put the companion AI in the hands of the player. Those who don't know what gambits are, Dragon Age Origins. Just do that. You can customize and set up Garrus to be the guy who hangs back and uses a sniper rifle, or rushes up with a fricking energy blade. Of course they would, Torchinator. You have to aim more carefully. That's a good question, Death Eagle. Maybe they just made it up, or maybe they just asked if you could enough. Yes, also we need to... We've actually talked about that before. Let's restructure the cutscenes so they're designed so that everyone is involved, and the people who are not physically in your party, they're on the comms. Let's just fix that problem, because that's such an easy fix. The main work there is actually restructuring the conversations themselves. I mean, that makes sense, Melkor Blade. It's inside a volcano. The actual last dungeon's a tower. Think about it. Oh, we're gonna cut out for lunch as soon as I finish this dungeon, which is not too awful long from now. I've got, looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 encounters, counting the boss, and then we'll be done with this dungeon. I know, right, Sonic Doctor? It's ridiculous that they've never done that. Now, there are a couple of games that have done something like that, but they're the exception for some reason. Let's see, what else? Okay, here's a question. Would you remove... If it was a choice between removing or not removing, would you remove the randomly generated quests in Mass Effect 1? I know they're not actually randomly generated, but you know what I mean, right? There's like 20 or 30 tertiary quests. Task quests, where it's like, go to this area, go to this random planet, go into this Cerberus place, because it's always Cerberus, loot a thing, turn into Hackett, and that's the quest in its entirety. I don't think any of those were good, other than the fact that they just... The benefit of those, in my opinion, was purely narrative, aka, this is just how messed up Cerberus was, which was the main point that was being hammered in by those quests. Well, that's what we've been discussing, Django. Is how we would do and what. We've actually done quite a few changes at this point. Changing the planets, changing the talent trees, changing the armor, changing the weapons, changing around the ammo. Restructuring the ammo. 3DS, but no, Death Eagle. I actually use custom firmware to stream directly to my router. Now, obviously, the ideal solution would be to replace those collectathon stupid things with actual quests. But again, I'm trying to think within the realm of reasonability. It's a huge hassle, Death Eagle. It's so hard and took so long to do. And it's kind of finicky. Look it up. I'm sorry, I cannot possibly run you through the 50-step chain to make that happen. It was a big deal. Anyways, so... Obviously, the ideal would be to replace those with real quests, so that would be the goal. But if we can't replace those with real quests, just axe them, I think. Restructure it so that the stories from those little collectathon quests is something that you get somewhere else, either from... just make the... Like, you could put the data pads and stuff in other sections of the game, so we still get the little side story as we're going through... Frost place, I can think of the name of right now. Things like that. Only about 30 times, Death Eagle. Boss time. I'm predicting at least one death here due to totally random RNG BS. Because she can petrify us. She can just status effect the crap out of us. I'm not sure what else I'd change in Mass Effect 1, now I'm thinking about it. Telltale is super dead, has been for a long time. I'm not sure I have one favorite Death Eagle, I'd have to think about that. Now, some of the people who... And there's that Petrify. And... Death. Told you. I even told you exactly how it would happen, too. Ooh, yes, agreed, Plutonia. Oh, and before you ask, no, the anti-petrify item is not something I have access to yet. I won't get that for a little while. And he's petrified. I like the idea of fleshing out Kaiden, or whatever his stupid name is, and Ashley a little bit more. Oh my god, her hair! Like, even after Vermeer, I would do that, you know what I mean? That was that dungeon. This is inside the volcano. This is the actual fire dungeon. We're gonna be here for a bit. After we come back from the lunch break.